Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Across the block, Kaheb, Belajah, where I get my chala. Who reporting live from the universe? It's the First Nations MC. You could do the search. Who been through the worst? Surviving genocide, fighting for a better life. They try to set aside the true history and keep us mystical. They say they founded this country on biblical principles. It's so cynical, but I'm an analyst. It's murderous. They refer to us as merciless. India savages. Now that's written in the Declaration of Independence. That's no kidding. Hey, open up your heart and let love lead the way. Light your path with the words that I speak today. Let the lessons flow, arrive and bless your soul. Systematic racism alive, intentional. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow.
His daily life was filled with ceremony, and every act had some significance. The Indians believed in the spiritual, the mysterious.
del mar los vieron llegar. Mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta por temor a lo ignorado. Iban montados en bestias como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
You. You.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to whistle like that way and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'd have to like hold my lips and shit. Some brothers can be like no big deal. Good evening, man. Buenas noches, buenas tardes, buenos días to the brothers that are watching. Thank you for being here. Listen, it's gonna be a kind of like a different thing I'm gonna do. It's really hot where I'm at, okay? So what I'm gonna actually do is, hold on, let me close some of these up. What I'm gonna actually do is show you guys some videos, and then show you a full video in a sense of something that was kind of like chopping up in pieces. I think it's going to connect to exactly what is going on today. And also because of the fact that I referenced some books yesterday and I wasn't able to present them. Sorry, this shit's moving. And I wasn't able to present them to you. So if you have time, stick around and you'll be able to see what I was talking about. Now, again, and good to have you here, brothers, man. Sorry.
Let me try attention!
No, that's the wrong one. Hold on. What's up, Chris? How you doing, bro? I'll be real. What's up, bro? Good to have you. So I just want to play that stuff and then move on to next week, okay? But I think it's important, man. I think it's extremely important because the shit's going on. It's going on. You know what I mean? It's just like it's right here. All right, so hold on. This was what I put. Oppression make a wise man mad. Ecclesiastes 7:7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad. Maketh a wise man mad. When the gift destroyed the heart. For a long time, we've been given the what do you call it? The bottle, el chupón, to just a pacifier, to get rid of the anger. When the baby starts crying, I just give him the pacifier. Shut up. We're beyond that now. So that's why I wanted to do this. All right, so we're going to start from the top. Stick around. Yeah, share and like. And it's not because supposedly there's any particular like narrative here, but and I'm not trying to push nobody's channel or anything, but these people are reporting certain things that are important to us. So I think we should be actually paying attention and pass the message over, because I think it's as important to us as it is, as it's supposedly important to them as it is to us. And you know what? It should be mattering to us even more, because this shit's really happening. Let's go.
Talking about Donald Trump. It's been reported that Miller and Noam the other day said they need 3,000 immigrant detainments per day.
Oh, and brothers that are right here, if you could do me a favor, because again, I'm going to be coming back and forth throughout the whole session. It's going to be, a few hours. Please post some scriptures. Share your knowledge and understanding to the brothers that are basically learning who this channel is. All right, let's go.
Hey.
By the way, scriptures that relate to the topic, so that they could see how it's all in the book, our book. All right, that's it.
The average number has been around 600, and they want 3,000. That's 5 times more per day. And it's not surprising why we see ICE going around and rolling up kids, high school students, moms. Here is a picture of what's going on in the San Antonio paper. You've got children who are zip tied at immigration court. Here, scroll up and show us the picture of this. Apparently what's going on now in these immigration courts is that there are cases that
it's hard to put into words the horrors that we've witnessed.
See, like situations like that. These are the things that you guys have to ponder on it when you're actually reading the scriptures. Where can you find these experiences? Because a lot of us always want to say, oh, it all happens you have to understand how historical this shit is. This picture right here. This picture right here is if you could actually make this picture black and white, like from fucking 1929, and it'd be the same shit. Now, I said I was going to be kind of short on these things, but you know what? It is hot in here, but I don't care. It's kind of like the moment. So I showed you guys yesterday the Deportation Machine book. The Deportation Machine. And again, in this book, it was William Randolph Hearst, the nation's most powerful media mogul, repeatedly used the pages of his 28 newspapers, which reached 5.5 million daily subscribers and 7 million people on Sunday, to call for deportation and harsher immigration laws. Then he says, and I quote, "The farmers rid his barn of rats, his hen house of weasels. Good housekeepers wage ceaseless wars against vermin. An employer will not have dishonest employees about them." Read in August 1930, editorial in the San Antonio Light. In a Hearst paper, "No man keeps his own house. No man keeps his own house those that are enemies of his family or for any other reason harmful. Uncle Sam should clear his house. Uncle Sam should clear his house, clear it thoroughly of all undesirables." They can say or get away with illegal aliens. That is their scapegoat. Instead of saying, "Beaner, wetback, get the fuck out of here because I'm white and you're not." Instead of saying that, and I showed you a video yesterday of that long neck animal. You know, like they tell you exactly what they feel and they use supposedly education behind it without understanding exactly their own history. Oh, unless they do and they just ignore it just because they do feel superior, even though they can't even handle a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Like a sun in a day. Like you guys would look like lobsters. Those are facts. The point being is this. I think a brother said this yesterday, and it stuck to me. And which one was it? This one right here. If you guys read Exodus chapter 1, you can see where after some time, the Israelites, kept living in Egypt. And then there was a new king. And this new king kind of felt offended by them. This is why when I was talking about Sirach, or at least when I was mentioning Sirach, how some of these enemies will be a friend to you when they're weak. But once they get more powerful, they'll remind you who they are. Exodus 1:8. "Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph." See, like for example, the Israelites. "And he said unto his people, Mizraim, Hamites, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we." It's not because they're bigger, stronger, faster. It's not because we were doing that. Just for example, like today, we work the hardest, right? We basically do the things that most people can't do. It. We've been going through this since 1492, family. Come on, man. This, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even have to explain it. It says, come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when they falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies. That's called the Monroe Doctrine. That is exactly what the Monroe Doctrine is, right there. The Monroe Doctrine is exactly what these guys were talking about. Do you want to know what the Monroe Doctrine is? It's basically saying that they had how can I say, the right to exercise power because they didn't want no foreign investments like from Europe. So, for example, come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, like, you know what, we don't like the way you're doing shit. They join unto our enemies. How come they're always having a ball-ass relationship with China or Russia? And those people want to deal with people down there in South America or Central, whatever. You see what I'm saying? You got to ask yourself these questions. This is exactly talking about on the political gain as well. You guys think, oh, let's just get together and tie them up. And no, this is a political organized system. let us deal wisely with them. Why? There are more of Israelites than the Egyptians. Like, for example, right now, which is why they're not multiplying. So that's why they're passing laws, because they feel inferior. Is the same mother effing concept. Get the picture. If you don't read the scriptures, and if you're not in them all the time, this will never make sense to you. It'll never just actually like, oh, I see what you mean, because it should mean what it means. Come on, let us deal wisely with them. Why? And he said, behold, his people, verse 9, and he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we are. More and mightier. We see pictures of the Egyptians being bigger than the so-called Israelites of those times, right? And I'm just saying so-called just because. We see those pictures are mightier than they. And matter of fact, the scriptures even talk about them. They say they're mightier. But you know what that means? There was more of us, and we have more capabilities. And we have more endurance. And you may be stronger, you may be bigger, but we have more endurance. And that is the difference. We don't stop at all. Like, just because you think we don't stop working, we're not lazy, right? So don't you think we're like that in a lot of shit? And even how we make babies too. Why do you think we have so many? I mean, hello, man. Come on, stop lying. That's why they have this eugenics concept. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. But what are we talking about? Deport them, get rid of them, get rid of babies. Didn't we just see children? Seriously. Didn't we just see that? And it comes to pass that when they falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemy and fight against us. So get them up out of the land. What are we seeing? Let's go. Seriously, share, man. Post your scriptures. Let's go. Sorry, my bad.
ICE lawyers are bringing, and they're basically just dismissing the cases so that the people can walk outside, and ICE enforcement then grabs them.
So people adhering to a legal process, that their willingness to adhere to a legal process being used to entrap them.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. I mean, I would call it a honeypot, but it's not exactly that. It's disgusting. But this is going around the country. You got these children who are zip tied. You've got ICE agents arresting people at their hearings in Dallas and San Antonio. Do we have video on this? Isn't this number 9? Here is this is in Tallahassee, Florida. And this one is different, right?
Yeah, Matt has it.
Hey, what are Christmas Christians going to say about that shit? Edward, where are you? Eduardo, cállate, güey.
Okay. Yeah, this is teasing this out.
Hey, what up, Chris, man? How you doing, brother? Hey, good to have you. Hey, Jeremias, buenos días. What's up, Dan, bro? Dan, bro, my bad. Good to have you here, man. So, check it. I'm playing a few videos, then I'm going to go into a full-on topic from a video that I was chopping up in pieces. And it relates to what it's talking about, because I had done that a long time ago. It's back and forth, man. I do a lot of different things, put them together and shit. But anyhow, right now, what we're talking about is this right here. We're seeing a very similar situation. You see, here in Exodus 1, the Israelites were in Egypt for quite some time at this point. Then a new oppressor rose up. Right? Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. So for you guys that are maybe just jumping on now, this is important. You guys need to understand the similarity in this. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we are. Why are they talking about replacement theory? They're talking about replacement theory. They're not having babies. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're making too many babies. There's too many immigrants. That's really what's going on. Now, I'm not saying they're Egyptians, but I'm gonna tell y'all something, and I know this for a fact. The spirit lurketh, man, and it doesn't care what color you are. To be honest with you, it will jump on you no matter what. And I've seen this in every single nation. So this exercise of spirit right here and experience that I'm paying attention to, I'm like, yo, listen, this is crazy, because they're talking about that replacement theory, eugenics. Throwing people out of their so-called land that, because they want to be white. Again, come on, let us do wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies. Now, remember, keep in mind, there's a lot more Israelites here. So that means that there's a government system and a plan, a systematic trick on how to put you in a folly, a snare. So why they need to deal wisely with you? Because you ain't that stupid. And assumptions that, we're going to join wars with other people. But what the Bible talks about, that's not something the Israelites were supposed to do in the first place. That was their assumption. Then they say they join also unto our enemies. If they understood the Israelites are not supposed to deal with their enemies in that way and fight against us. And so they get get them up out of our land. If this is not one effing example of what the hell's going on right now, then I don't know what is. I mean, unless you want to go back to Christmas, you know what I'm saying? It's like, think about this, fam. Let's go.
Latest crackdown on migrants. Last week, we brought you, of course, those exclusive videos as it began in Dallas, and now ICE is making arrests in the San Antonio Immigration Court as well.
Yeah, so what's happening there? The controversial new tactic drew some small protesting yesterday in San Antonio. And then the images. We saw some families frustrated, some in tears, as dozens of people ended up being handcuffed and then loaded into buses right outside the federal courthouse. As we've reported, many of these arrests are people who are showing up for their scheduled hearings in court, only to find their cases suddenly dropped, and then that action suddenly opens a loophole for their immediate arrest and possible deportation. Immigration lawyers that we have spoken with say that some of their own clients are now too scared to show up.
Hey, I have a question for you guys that are watching. I think there's about 10 of you. Doesn't the scriptures talk about dealing wisely in weight? You guys think that it's just about weight? And if somebody can get that scripture, man, that'd be wonderful. Because it talks about people just being honest with each other, dealing wisely in weight, jotting everything down, having an agreement with each other, is dealing wisely in weight. And you want to know why I think that's such an important scripture? It's because your spirit is really carrying that weight also as well, that what you got to pay for. So that parable right there between those two verses, man, if somebody can find that verse, that would help me, because there's nothing more important than honesty. Straight up honesty, black and white, be fair. You're asking people to go through the process, and then you use the same system that you're asking them to go through to deport them. Here goes right there. This is it. Proverbs 11:1. A false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. Christmas Christians, explain yourselves. Let's continue.
up for their own hearings.
We are doing this not just to make it harder for people to get away, but also to boost the number of deportations. I have to tell people, even though you have a great case, you may still be treated wrongly.
ICE has defended the arrest, saying that the migrant.
He said, even though you might have a great case, you may still be treated wrongly, bro. Shit. Let me just say this for a moment, though. Edomites.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Let me say it again.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I'm going to say this, family. I think the majority of these motherfuckers right here, excuse my language, but the majority of these bastards that are signing up to be in those, they actually deputize immigration, so-called people. They're all those proud boys, man. All those people, all those proud boys, the ones that have the snake, don't threat on me. So any one of you, man, sorry, no offense, in case I ever spoke to you, because I don't know if I have or not, but if you guys ever rode with that shit, and if you're like, oh yeah, don't threat on me was cool for one moment, and then you're kind of wondering about your family, why they don't even understand what the hell you're talking about now, but that's exactly why, man. Like, really? Y'all gonna pay, even if you even had a slight spiritual moment to that. That shit is, I can't believe it. I can't believe you didn't see what was going on. Because most of these guys, that's who they are. They deputized them, gave them a salary, they put face masks on them. Why do you think they're hiding their face? They don't have to hide their face if they're really federal agents. What are you gonna do, go after federal agents? You're not gonna do that. But if they're not federal agents and they're scared to show their face, they're not doing undercover work. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some real crazy shit. None of the people that they're going after have some connections with the fucking mafia or the MA or whatever, the Trece, whatever, all that. Yeah, I see your face. I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? Nobody can do that, bro. They're putting their mask on this because those are proud boys. Those are all those guys. Mark my words, man. I have a 98% I just have a strong feeling just based on how they dress and how they move and why they're covering your face. They don't have to, but they are.
Migrants in question who have been in the country for less than 2 years are subject to expedited removal unless they have a valid, credible fear claim.
There it is. I mean, so, this is like a twofer for ICE. It can knock down those numbers. We know that immigrants in these situations show up. I think it's like 90% plus.
Do you hear that? Do you guys now understand why I'm showing you this video? Because I know most of you motherfuckers don't even care. I'm not talking about the ones that actually pay attention. Like, I hope this message gets to them. 90% of the people that are going through the proper process show up or more to the fucking meetings. And they're using that shit to deport them. Come on, man.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's not what I wanted.
Who are you?
Nah, you know what? This one, bro.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
The hell, man. What? Oh, let me see that. I saw an ice thug who got a Nordic Trinity. Oh shit! Send it to me, bro. Send it to me so I can fucking show y'all. Here, I'm gonna leave my phone on with the window and shit. Let me know when you send it to me in case I don't notice my phone. Because we need to understand this type of information, and you brothers and sisters need to start waking up. And I'm not talking about this is war. Nah, man, it's not about that. But I will tell you, protect your family. That will never. As a matter of fact, I don't even have to explain that to you. You guys should even already know that. We're not violent people, but we will be violent when it comes to our family. I mean, that's just common sense, Let's continue.
Show up for their hearings. Well, not anymore. Because if you show up for your hearing,
I switched from due dates to due dates, and it made me go. These are just bedrocks.
They're making it very possible that this is just simply a way to deport you from the country.
Didn't they do this with Mohsen Madawi too? He had an immigration hearing, and people should check out his interview.
I don't know if that was actually a court hearing or just going and checking in with immigration officials as his case was sort of proceeding through.
The interview for his
citizenship.
There's a scene coming up. That's why I'm letting it play. Which I was like, fuck. This is how I know that this is those Proud Boys, bro. So if you guys know of any Proud Boys, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You better start. You better start. You know what I'm saying? If you know of any of those motherfuckers right there, they're the ones doing this, hiding their faces. Really, the first ones signing up and shit. Every single one of those Nazi motherfuckers that are saying like, the armed Jews will not replace us. Who do you think signed up to this shit? Why do you think they put face masks on them? If they were real federal agents, they would not have to do that because check this out. I mean, none of us have that kind of clout chase. You know what I'm saying? And they sure as hell ain't going after the mafia motherfuckers. So what the hell you think they're doing? You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Let's be honest with this fact. Let's go.
Citizenship.
Yeah. So this is what they're doing this to entrap people.
It's because they don't actually do any real work here. This is a Thomas Kennedy who I've had on Left Reckoning a number of times. This is in Miami immigration. Same sort of thing. This guy goes in for a hearing, again, adhering to legal process. And one of these guys.
And once again, we talked about this. 90% of the people show up to the meetings, right? And what did Exodus 1 say? What did it talk about? Exodus 1 and 10, come, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemy. Deal wisely. Hey, you know what? Show up to your meeting. You're going to be fine. My bad. Show up to your meeting. You're going to be fine. Thank you so much for filling out the information. We appreciate all the documentation that you included in your application. Please move on forward to the line. It's exactly how they fucking think. Pinche robots way. Let's go.
I don't know how much we're paying these goons, tens and tens, maybe six figures to stock courthouses for law-abiding people. Again, going to our courts, and the idea that this was ever about public safety or about law and order. Yeah. They make a joke out of both these things, and those were just Nazi lies. And anyone who believed that this was ever going to be about the bad guys and the rapists, and not just people who.
Look at that. This is one thing that I always like noticed. And this, I'm not just talking shit like, oh, they only deporting, indigenous looking people. Nah, man, they're doing it to everybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that shit ain't right. You're asking people, look, you say you're a Christian nation. Now all of a sudden they want to implement 10 commandments on the wall. Fine, sounds good. Will you implement them in your mind? Shit, you can't even get 2 of those in the mindset, and now you want to implement 2 of them. For as hell I know you won't even get 600 and none of them in there. Why is it complicated and difficult to really see just the injustice? Right? You think about that. The good news is this: that the answers that we've been giving each other, it's obviously to reassurance of what's going to happen at the end. Like I've said before, man, you can't have salvation without destruction of the enemy. You can't have it. In case you guys are too scared about that shit. What is this guy? Who is this? Black Hebrew Islamism is heresy. Nobody's saying that shit. You're in the wrong channel. Go. I don't know. I don't see this. You know what? There is a scripture, man, that talks about look at the matter first before you judge. And the reason that scripture is written in that chapter is because it's talking about the understanding of your mind, like where you're at. Before you go and assume something, why don't you kind of watch a little bit of it? Keithy, whatever the hell you are. Because we don't do that shit here. I was just trying to prove a point. But let's continue.
Are just here without documentation, sold you a bag of goods.
And the usage of legal or illegal, they're also going to weaponize this if people are too scared to show up to their immigration hearings.
Exactly.
So it's a catch-22 by design, and
that's the problem. And that seriously, those are facts of what's going on. Let's go on to the next topic real quick. Let me just say this to remind you guys. All right, here's what goes on.
Be holding as many as 30.
Oh, and by the way, this is from 6 years ago, okay? It almost seems like it's today.
3,000 illegal immigrant children by the end of August. That's what a senior official told the Washington Times today as the Trump administration doubles down on its policy of separating families at the border. The feds announced zero tolerance in April, vowing to prosecute anyone who enters the country illegally. So far, about 2,000 kids have been taken from their parents. The president had this to say today.
The United States will not be a migrant camp, and it will not be a refugee holding facility. Won't be.
America's first ladies have weighed in on the zero tolerance policy. Melania Trump says through a spokeswoman, quote, "We need to be a country that follows all laws, but also a country that governs with heart."
He said a country that governs with heart, right? Okay, let's take a picture of this little picture right here. Let's take a picture of this little picture right here. What does this mean? ICE agents. Tattoo of Nordic. Now, I did a class on the history and roots of Odin, Wooden, Valhalla, Kaz, the deity of Edomites, okay? Like I literally connected them, not through the little fleshly shit or because they're hairy or whatever, from their spiritual pagan-ass worshiping of their god. And they have a very similar picture like this in one of the books that I have. I think hold on, did you text me what the name was it? What is it called? I think you named it something, bro. Let me know where you get that actual other piece. All right, let's continue.
Laura Bush calls the current policy, quote, cruel and immoral, while Rosalind Carter says the family separations are, quote, disgraceful and a shame on our country. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi went to the border today to get a look at the immigration facilities.
Keep in mind that this is 6 freaking years ago, man. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like today. You see what I mean? We talked about this before. There are people that experience these things. Certain people that you can see right there in front of your face. Deal wisely. There's more and more of them. Make sure that you do that because I don't want them to join other nations. So we see deportation. We see Monroe Doctrine. We see people in power that are not as many as certain people and are passing those laws to make sure that they don't get what? They don't become the servants, basically, or lose power. It's literally in your face. Consistent deportation. In this chapter, it talks about that because they're like, hey, listen, make sure that you kill those kids. Like, it's different. It's different. We can't do that. We can't stop them. They just keep having kids. And why is it that Egyptian women, or at least I should say in the Mizrahims, they were not having as many babies anymore? That's why there was not as many as them. Follow? Let's continue.
The reporter Michelle Gili was with Pelosi and joins us now from San Diego County. Hi, Michelle.
Ken, that's right. One congresswoman.
On a second, before it passes, okay? Here, check this out. That's San Diego County, okay? Remember, this is 6 years ago, family. This is the reason why I'm sharing this stuff. This is why I'm taking the time. Okay, so pay attention. Let's continue.
Is calling this child abuse. Another says she came to the border today to investigate the cruelest act going on in America.
And so this is not an immigration issue. This is...
By the way, they both did this shit. So I'm not trying to talk about Democrats like, oh my God, they're the heroes. No, shut up. You both did it. The point is that it's going on.
Humanitarian issue. It's about the children.
More than a dozen Democratic members of Congress, including several from LA and Orange County, toured 4 detention centers today near the border. The goal, they say, is to continue to highlight the inhumanity of the president's zero-tolerance policy, where children are separated from their parents as they try to enter the United States.
What part of the scriptures do we know about, I would say Maccabees, so to speak, right? Or other scriptures when Nebuchadnezzar when they were actually taking the Israelites out of their own land into other nations and replacing them with other people. What happened in South Africa the other day? Like, not the other day, but like maybe 3 weeks ago. They're trying to import them because they can't make more of themselves. You get what I'm saying? Similarities do not take a fucking astronaut to figure out.
That they had no chance to say goodbye to their kids, that they were put into a room in some instances and were just told that they weren't going to see their kids anymore, was heartbreaking. And that is what is happening, and that is the injustice.
House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi was a part of the delegation that visited this detention center in El Cajon, where 62 boys are being held today. The migrant children, as young as 6 years old, have either been separated from their parents or arrived in the U.S. alone.
So let's be honest here, family. Because I think the majority of you guys that do listen, get a chance to listen, maybe don't care about this channel, but at least maybe every now and then you may actually pay attention. If you're a mom, you're a dad. Okay? Go to work, come back. You expect a routine. You expect a routine to come home. And usually maybe your daughter or your son, they're like anticipating, hey, dad's home. Depending on how young your kids are, obviously the younger they are, the more willing they are to wait for you at the door. So if you have that routine, see, a lot of you guys forget. A lot of you guys focus on like the issues of your personal self and don't pay attention to the stuff that really matters. A lot of these people, a lot of us, right? We have a routine, so to speak, and we come home, we see our kids, and they're happy to see us. Well, you want to know something? This is happening not then, but it's happening today, where a lot of people, a lot of kids are not experiencing their kids to parents to come home. That routine.
Congressman Juan Vargas, who represents San Diego, fired back at President Trump, who has blamed Democrats for the separation of children from their parents.
So has this been the policy? No, this has not been the policy. The policy has been to try to keep families together. Right. So yes, before there's been unaccompanied minors. Yes, kids have arrived without their mom and dads. But no, we didn't take children and rip them away from their moms when they were trying to nurse their kids. We didn't do stuff like that. No, that's new.
Demonstrators are at the front gate of the facility, including a Santa Maria school teacher. Elizabeth Osborne left home at 3:30 a.m. to be here to protest what is happening to the children.
I have a very strong feeling about what's happening here, and I'm very disappointed in what's going on with our nation. And separating children from their parents is not anything that anybody should do, least of all the United States of America.
Hey, let's be honest, man. Let's just say that. Let's flip the script. I'll say this for a fact. If people like me had power like that and we're doing that kind of shit, I would feel so fucking horrible. I don't think I could live with myself. I can't live with myself seeing our people going through this shit, let alone our people doing that shit to other people. Now, maybe I'm biased. Why? Because I have a son that's disabled. Maybe that's why, right? You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's why I have that compassion. I don't know, man. But you just don't fucking step on people when they're down, bro. That doesn't show strength. That just shows weakness. You see, I come from a boxing background, and the last thing I needed was for somebody to be not making me better, not making me raise up. What's the point of winning easy? But you see, there's also an understanding about certain people. Leadership doesn't just have to be about you fucking having muscle and overcoming people, man. It talks about wisdom, understanding, and knowing when it's the time. You got to pick certain fights or how to deal with situations. It's like, I don't know, bro. It's like fishing and shit. You know what I'm saying? You just need to know the wave. You need to understand who your people are. You need to know what kind of moment it is when you can take a bite or when it's not the right time to take a fucking bite. Anyways, let's move on to this, bro. This is the next one right here. Check this out. Hey, listen, and like I said before, if you guys can post some verses, I'll read them, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll read them. I just want to show this video because I am going to play that other one that I've been chopping up in pieces. Now I'm going to let it all run. Okay? So if you guys got some verses, post them, bro. I'll read them.
Vamos a ir al centro. Están mis hijas esperándolos en la casa. 6 niñas tengo que dependen de nosotros. ¿Ella es la mamá? Sí, tumbaron el caso según. Es lo que están haciendo ahorita, por eso no venga nadie. No vengan porque se los van a llevar a todos. Están ahí arriba muchos de migración esperando que les tumben el caso para llevárselos. Desestimaron el caso y se lo van a llevar.
Do you understand? Do you understand what he just fucking said? He has 6 daughters. He has 6 kids. They did it according to what they wanted. They said, come to the meeting. Come on, man. Let's be real, people. Let's be fucking real. I mean, are you guys like blind and shit or what the fuck? This is, okay, focus on your life. Just think for a moment, like the routine that you have. Then you have like a doctor appointment. Let's say you got to go to the doctor's real quick. Doctor appointment, right? Like, oh, I just got to go to the doctor. I'll be back. Hey, sorry to use you, Chris. Let's just say, Chris, because it's my brother right here. Chris, not my brother. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, hey, you going to the doctor? Yeah, he's going to the doctor, right? Okay, cool. All of a sudden, man, he don't come back. I was like, hey, Chris, I'm here right here, man, waiting for you. I dropped you off at your doctor's appointment. And somebody else answers, they're like, we got to take him to emergency, man. Sorry, we got to call you back. What? Like that. Matter of fact, at least he gets a call. And then think about this, okay? This man right here has 6 daughters that she attends to because he works. Do you understand that? You see, I have a disabled child, so I know, man, I don't sleep sometimes for 2-3 days, okay? I get it. But now his wife is gone. I got a little help, bro. Not he. 6 young daughters, because he's no more than fucking 30 years, man. Revelation 6:10. Let me get that real quick, bro. Book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 10. It says, they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, O Lord, holy and true? You're right. Like, we all sit back and ponder on this stuff sometimes. Like, man, bro, for real, man? How's that fucking, man, come on, bro. Come on, man. A lot of that goes like, I want to just give up. I don't care. Because the temptation is out there. Go party, whatever, drinking. You know, like, go back to that life, that state of mind. Because that's a state of mind. When you say, I'm not going to be home, hey, I'm going to go on the weekends, I'm going to go party. Because that's what we all usually did. Party on the weekends, hang out with friends, you know what I'm saying? Like, focus on ourselves instead of our families. Now we're like living that life. Now all of a sudden, it's like, man, this is too hard. Well, and dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? Because man, you know how many times I picture that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Of course not. But I mean, I'm who doesn't think that when you're going through that shit and you see your gente going through that shit? Of course you're gonna think that. Can't deny those things, man. Let's continue.
Están mis hijas esperándolos en la casa. 6. Vamos a ir al centro. Están mis hijas esperándolos en la casa. 6 niñas tengo que dependen de nosotros. ¿Ella es la mamá? Sí, tumbaron el caso según. Es lo que están haciendo ahorita, por eso no venga nadie. No vengan porque se los van a llevar a todos. Están...
Let us deal wisely with them. They're multiplying. And he's, Exodus 1:9, and he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Son un chingo de mexicanos, güey. Pinches ilegales, cabrones. Come on, let us deal wisely with them. Let's bring them in, tell them they're going to be like us. And then we get rid of them. Because if we don't do that, they're going to multiply and continue to be more than us. Because, you know, statistics show, like the Earth, Dirt, or some shit. Remember that book I showed you guys, I think yesterday, the other day, right? Talks about that. And it came to pass that when there falleth out any war, meaning like when we're really small, because statistically speaking, within 20 years or 20 to 30, I mean, I already think they are minority. You know what I'm saying? Edomites are. They think that's when there will be, and that's what they're scared of. And we're seeing it right now. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. Too many illegals, right? 21 million of them. Let's deport them all. And you know what I mean? Then they say, which is really the most offensive shit, and I don't understand why you guys don't take offense to that. That they're all rapists, murderers, and all that. I mean, 21 million of them, every single one of them. Really, man? How come it's not like slaughterhouse every single day here in Americas? It's just a lie. It's not a slaughter of the Americas. It's not like what's that movie? You know, like that day where they all like kill each other and shit. They say 21 million illegal aliens, and they're all murderers and rapists and killers and shit. Like, for real, 21 million? Bro, you wouldn't be alive. Matter of fact, let me read that, man. Let me read that before I continue with that video. This is sad, bro. That man's experience is really bad because he has six kids. Look, I'll tell you this right now. My brother lost his wife, and he had 3 daughters, and he had to work. Do you understand, you fuck faces? This is what kind of people we are. Us Israelites, we fucking work. Okay, he had 2 jobs, and he had to maintain 2 fucking jobs. And his wife died of cancer when they were both 40 years old. And he had 3 daughters, 14, 12, and 10, I believe. Okay? And she passed away. Their life changed after that. But he still had to work. I'm not saying that happened to this guy, but that's basically what you guys did. You guys, you damn Edomites gave her cancer. And you got rid of her. And she had 6 daughters. And now she can't take care of them. And now their daughters can't say goodnight to their moms. Nor can they rely on that and say, hi, what about those conversations? What about those kids that are more connected to the mother? Like, you know what I mean? The ones that depend more on that relationship. Not only do you separate families, but you destroy the spirit and the life within them. Dealing wisely with them it's not, man, that shit is not even affordable, bro. That's a great scripture at the moment, man. Deuteronomy 28 and 50. This is just who you are. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor shall favor to the young. Psh, bro.
Seis niñas tengo que dependen de nosotros. ¿Ella es la mamá? Sí, tumbaron el caso según. Es lo que están haciendo ahorita, por eso no venga nadie. No vengan porque se los van a llevar a todos. Están ahí arriba muchos de migración esperando que les tumben el caso para llevárselos. Desestimaron el caso y
See you, all those are proud boys. All of those are racist proud boys. That's why they have these masks on. These people look, if they were federal agents, they don't have to hide their face because none of us have that clout. None of us, like none of their family members, you know what I'm saying? They can't come after them, you know what I mean? And then everybody knows when you're a federal agent. Your neighbors know when you're immigration. You know where you live. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop the bullshit. Let's stop the fucking games. Come on, Edomites, stop the game. You guys want to say, oh, we're so honest. We just blunt. We just want honesty. Well, let's talk honesty. When it's federal agents, neighbors know where they live. Come on, man. They have a community. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Let's stop fucking lying to the bullshit. These motherfuckers right here are Proud Boys. These are the racist pricks that went to the January 6th shit that were like, that's why Trump let them go, bro. This is his missionaries. Hello. And to you that if for at any moment even related to your rest of them,
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
chew on that snake that any one of you believed in. Then you wonder why your fucking families are all so unfucked up situated. I mean, shit, a lot of our people actually believe these people, man. They carry the flag and like, yeah, it's all about America, 1776. And then all of a sudden, now we have a problem because our kids don't want to listen to us because they're marrying other nations. All of a sudden, now it's a problem. Like, they don't listen to me. We're Israelites. Well, what the hell were you doing? I mean, that could have been you, bro. If it, 10 years ago. Hello?
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Air condition is on.
Bro, this is somebody's mom. She has, come on, man. Like, I'll never beg this other nation. I'm talking a little bit more. I usually bring out scripture, but I'm talking a little bit more with some scripture in my mind. I'll never beg you guys. But man, the scriptures say not to look at you guys as strangers because we were strangers as well. Can you dig somewhere in that spirit of yours if you could just consider the scriptures the same fucking way?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Just a little bit.
Hey, no la toques así, Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Caballero, por favor. Le van a dar a mí no me andan tocando. Nadie lo está tocando, señor. ¿Cómo no? Van a reaccionar. Eso no me tocó a mí. Señor, usted lo toca, él lo tiene que tocar. No, yo no lo toqué en ningún momento. No estoy viendo.
Well, bro, that's right, bro. Not for my sake, man. Just for the fact that this information is not being passed out. And yesterday's class, if you guys would even understand, if you believe in the Bible, truly, you would know that I am pinpoint. When I have an arrow and I shoot it, it usually hits the target, okay? So if you guys want to understand, somebody that can explain that shit, then maybe you're in the right spot. Let's go.
We will be there in 10 minutes. It's not a long drive. Let's get those people. Give us 50 feet.
Let me read this verse real quick. I don't know if I may be right or wrong. Let me see, because I thought I read it and then I had to come back to it. So in Deuteronomy 26, 20, hold on, 20, 23, it says, and thy heaven that is above thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. So now, it says here that when you go through captivity, when they put you in some space, like it's not going to be the typical stuff that you deal. Now here I can go into Blue Letter Bible, blah blah, but What I'm talking about here is like it's talking about a space where you're just not familiar with. Are you gonna be familiar with that fucking block of metal right there? They're trying to put you in, bro. This is horrible, man. Look, even us dudes, bro. Like, I've been arrested before. Of course, man. Well, you know what I mean? When I was young, I was stupid. And you know, they really use muscle on you and stuff. But women are very not strong as us, man. I know some of you men think that they are. They're not. And you guys fucking hurt them and bruise them and shit. You know what I mean? It's just such. Why do you think we care about our grandmothers and mothers and we look out for them and we take care of them? We don't put them in asylums and some fucking old ass lady home or none of that shit, man. We don't do none of that. Not indigenous bloodline here, the Hebrews that I'm talking about. We don't do none of that. Let's continue.
Let's get those people. Give us 50
a little bit of space, please.
Give us 50
a little bit of space. You guys still doing
back up.
anything? Just give us some space, please. Back up. A little bit. Keep going, back up, please. Thank you very much.
Look at this, bro. Come on, man. I mean, come on, bro. These kids are not zip tied. The other ones were. Their mom's zip tied. What the hell do you think they're thinking? A good point. Hitler got his blueprint from America. In case you guys don't know, in 19 here, I'll show it for you that are new here. 1917 fumigation baths. Check this out. Okay, look what comes up. Oh, you didn't know. Listen to this for a moment.
Let me get you a cold one. Try.
Everything we know about Carmelita Torres is from a few newspaper accounts in 1917. They called her an auburn-haired Amazon, just 17 years old. She led angry women in anti-American rioting and shut down the U.S.-Mexico border. But hidden within her story is something much bigger than a single riot. It's a story about American paranoia at the border, about a toxic campaign of disinfection and discrimination, and a U.S. practice that would go on to inspire Nazi scientists. At the border between El Paso, Texas, and Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, thousands of people cross.
So now she's speaking about Juarez today, right? There's a history in this connection. And I like the fact that this is a conversation that's going on. Yeah, we need to keep solidifying these facts, bro, for real. Like I said it before, man, and I'm glad that I was able to find that book, bro. Honestly, man, that book came from, it's the gift of the Most High. From the Lutheran newsletter. Like, we never knew this. That's the only archived document that tells us how come we didn't really not know the Bible. They never allowed us to fucking read it since they got here. If it wasn't for me to find that shit, I don't know no one else has brought that shit out. And you know what? That's because I'm not special. I'm just like you. Matter of fact, Matt, if look, all I've ever said was this. I'll hold the door, just make some fucking room for me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Back and forth for work and school every day. They line up in Juarez and often wait for hours to get through the U.S. checkpoint. But the border didn't always look like this.
You want to know something, brother? Remember, there is a process. There's a process. You got to get them out of the state of mind. The state of mind is what? Christianity said that we're all one people, right? Oh, it's happening because, like, we're all the same, we're all the same. No. We have to sever. We got to start separating. We got to start proving the point about hey, this only happens to certain people that are demanded to act a certain way. And guess what? When you are acting that certain way, you still get treated like shit. Yes or no? But still, that way that you're starting to act like makes you a better person. So then what does that mean? We got to wake up our people first to connect with us before we can give them the full understanding. I mean, how do you know that I'm your brother if you know what I'm saying, if you don't know that I went through you, what you went through me? You see, like, for example, when you're a child, it's easy to make friends because, you know, your neighbors, you all grew up together, you know, you guys have this, you find relationship with like, you know, your dad's this, you know, your mom, whatever, right? So it's difficult when you become an adult because you don't go through that. Well, guess what? This has finally given us an idea that, hey, all of us are actually going through the same shit. It don't matter what you look like, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look like this shit, that may happen to your family member. Like, it doesn't stop. The point of us, me, or at least me, showing these channels or these videos or sessions, whatever, is look at the repetitive connection of us in this book that all of us, most of us, believe in. Why don't we believe in the real thing? Like when you found out that Santa Claus wasn't real, I'm not pointing you out, but just saying, I gave it up. But something still has to kind of make space for that. Like we made space for that, but you still kind of fill it in, you know? Like there was a reason why we believed in Santa Claus. There was a reason why we believed in the tooth fairy. It's because we believe in something greater than ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So like we first have to believe in who we are. Hinted together. You're suffering, I'm suffering. So I'm going to look at you different. Maybe I might not see you in the street, like you personally, but I'm going to imagine, hey, you are that person. So I see you different. Because when Christianity taught us to like just look at each other like the same, and all of a sudden we see other people treating us like shit, even though Christianity tells us to be the same, but they separate us. Yet they tell us to treat each other the same. Nah, we're not doing that no more. They only gave us a piece of the knowledge, so-called, even if that was knowledge, for 400 fucking years. The shit is over. The last, I would say 70 years, we've actually had access to the Bible. Think about that. The last 70 years. Let me give that. 2 Corinthians. Hold on. 2 Corinthians 6:17. 2 Corinthians 6:17 says, therefore come out from among them, which is the point. When you're told that you're no different than them, but they've been slapping you all their life, what do you think would be the results of yourself? Not them. Don't worry about them. You've been told we're the same, but they smack you all the time because you're an illegal. They tell you we're the same, but who rules Catholicism? Romans. You Mexicans ain't never going to get picked. Indigenous brothers that are trying to put that pulpit on your face. 2 Corinthians 6:17, wherefore come out from among them. And the problem is this, and the reality is this also, that this walk is lonely. Yes, that's a problem. But you know what? It's worth it. You guys are waiting to fucking be in a building, man. It ain't like that. Paul and all the people, all the prophets, they weren't in a building all the time, sitting back, waiting for people to come to them. Isaiah was sitting in a building, waiting for you to come. Jeremiah, let's go through it. Were any of these people, the prophets here, was Isaiah sitting in a pulpit? Jeremiah? Hosea? Daniel? Were they like sitting back and like, you know, you got to listen to me, walk into the building? No, they were all in certain situations, man. Alone. And hardly anybody believed. Why do you think this walk is going to be easy? You haven't been easy with yourself. You've been a liar, a backstabber, a cheater, a thief. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. It's not the time for that. Wherefore come out from among them. That's why Christianity tells you it's okay to sin because grace and faith will save you. Bullshit. And be ye separate. Why? You don't take account for nothing? Everybody talks about Christianity being the so-called religion of the world. Okay, sounds good. Every single time I ask you, Christmas Christian, show me in the Bible where you actually practice the things that you say. Shit, I even give VHI credit because at least they do half of the shit. And wherefore come out from among them and be ye separate, say the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you. Man, I don't know, bro.
This border used to be free and unrestricted. People would come and go without a passport. But after 1917, Juarez and El Paso became two separate communities.
Talenti's salted caramel truffle layers is truly irresistible. With Argentinian.
It was a turbulent year at the border. The Mexican Revolution was ongoing, and the U.S. was about to enter World War I.
All of a sudden, you have the war hysteria created by World War I. People here in El Paso that are deadly afraid that the Germans are going to attack from Ciudad Juarez.
The fear of invasion brought tensions to the border, while across the U.S., a different movement was gaining strength. The eugenics movement, based on junk science, aimed to create a genetically and morally superior population. That meant stricter controls on immigration, only allowing those deemed fit to enter. On Ellis Island, one of the busiest ports of entry at the time, U.S. health officials were tasked with weeding out immigrants they thought were unfit or disease carriers. And across the country, that process coincided with the stereotyping of Mexicans as inferior and unclean. Dozens of film titles included the word greaser, a derogatory term used to describe Mexicans. This racist sentiment was strong at the U.S.-Mexico border. El Paso's mayor, Tom Lee, had developed an obsession with cleanliness, and it defined his political platform.
This obsession with not only racial purity, but physical purity. He was going to literally clean up El Paso from all these bad elements. And by bad elements, he often meant racially bad elements.
One of Mayor Lee's biggest fears...
I showed you guys the actual writer that began the eugenics concept, right? Remember that? Yes. Okay, Czar, let's go.
...was a disease called typhus, spread by lice. So, under the pretense of sanitary betterment work, he helped lead a campaign to inspect every house in a predominantly Mexican neighborhood. If the inspectors found lice, occupants were forced to take vinegar and kerosene baths, have their heads shaved, and clothing burned. Hundreds of homes were eventually destroyed. Lee also expanded the supposed health measures to include inmates in the El Paso jail.
They had to strip naked, take a bath inside a tub full of kerosene, and on one occasion, it seems somebody lit a match.
27 prisoners, majority Mexican or Mexican American, burned to death in the fire that the newspapers called the jail Holocaust. But despite the tragic fire, Mayor Lee pushed forward with even more aggressive plans.
He sends a telegram, a Western Union telegram, to Rupert Blue, who was the Surgeon General up in Washington, D.C. And basically, well, let me just read it. Hundreds dirty, lousy, destitute Mexicans arrived.
Job 30:7, it says, among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together. Verse 8, they were children of fools, yea, children of base men. They were vile than the earth. And now I am their song, yea, I am their byword. The other day, yesterday, we had a gentleman that said, why do Israelites get cursed? In one of the curses, Deuteronomy 28:37, and thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. Job said, and now I am their song. Yeah, I'm their byword. Remember? Speedy Gonzalez? Hija! Ándale, ándale, ándale. They make songs about us, bro. That's probably one of the heaviest verses, that I run into every now and then, bro. And I thank you so much for bringing it out, because a lot of us don't understand what that means right there. That first verse. And let me give you a hint. Okay? I'll give you a hint. And I think RSK, you may understand this, and maybe you guys all will too. This is why on the 2nd Ezra chapter 6, this is from the Spirit, bro. So I thank you for leading me to this. 2nd Ezra chapter 16, verse 72, I think, or 76. Let me see. Here it goes right here. 77. Woe be unto them that are bound by their sins. Remember, keep in mind. Read the scriptures and see what it's saying. Right? Base men are going to subjugate the so-called state of mind of Job, right? Let's just leave it for that for a moment. Or his experience. Base people, base situations. He's submitting himself to a based moment. Like, man, I could do better than this. But for some reason, I'm so subject to this base fucking moment. Well, in this case, he's like, listen, I'm among these bushes. I'm among nettles and shit. I'm gathered together around them. I can't fucking get out of these people. Right? 2nd Ezra 16:72, woe be unto them that are bound by their sins. Why? And covered with their iniquities, and covered with their iniquities like a field that is covered with bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, and there may no man travel there through. Why? Because if you're still stuck in this world right here, these people, if you still believe their religion, their concept, their thought process, you're in the nettles, bro. You're among the brave. You're like literally. Lamentations 2:15, it says, and all that pass by clap their hands at thee. See, oh my God, bro. If you're not understanding what it's talking about, man, it's like literally telling you, bro, the bases of the people are literally like who are destroying you. That's why in the 2nd Ezra 16, it talks about, bro, you need to get rid of your iniquities. The iniquities isn't necessarily always like those sins. Iniquities is also the people that you have around you. And typically other nations, they usually mislead you. Unless you're that nation, well, then you're just part of that fucking whole realm and shit. Lamentation 2:15. Sorry if we go too fast. All that pass by clap their hands at thee, and hiss and wag their head at the daughters of Jerusalem, saying, is this the city that men called perfection of beauty? So they were bushes at one point, you know what I mean? And now they're better than you. The joy of the whole earth. Here, I'm just gonna read it like this, bro. All thine enemies have opened their mouth against thee. They hiss and gnash their teeth. They say, we have swallowed her up. Certainly, this is the day that we looked for. We have found, we have sent it. Horses bray. Now we can go to Habakkuk, but here's where I would rather go to right here. Wisdom of Solomon too, because it talks about that. I think after it tells you how lustful they are, right? Then there's a section that says here. I'll start here. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let's start at 16. Wisdom of Solomon 2:16. 2:16. We are esteemed of him as counterfeits. He abstaineth from our ways as from filthiness. He pronounced the end of the just to be blessed, like what we're doing, and make it boast that God is his father. You damn right. Let us see if his words be true. Let us prove what he shall be prove prove what shall happen in the end of him. For if the just man be the Son of God, he will help him and deliver him from the hands of his enemy. Let us examine him with despitefulness and torture that we may know his meekness. You see that? What was that Anglo-Saxon woman saying? Catholics, they teach people to be poor and prove his patience. And let us condemn him with shameful death, for by his own sayings he shall be respected. You see that? That hiss, that anger. Like this one, Lamentation 2:15, just in even this part, all that passed by clapped their hands and hiss and wagged their heads at daughters of Judah, saying, this is the city that man called perfection or beauty. They're despiteful towards you. Let's test these people. Let's condemn them. And then it says, verse 21, such things they imagined and were deceived. For their wickedness, for their own wickedness had blinded them. And that right there is important. Let's go.
Living at El Paso daily will undoubtedly bring and spread typhus unless a quarantine is placed at once.
Now that we got that connection, let's move on to the next video and then we continue and then that's it. Let's go.
Aquí en la ciudad de San Diego, también el arresto de una mujer causa indignación entre la comunidad.
Y es que una serie de nuevos videos muestran lo que aparenta ser las técnicas precisamente que agentes federales podrían estar utilizando en San Diego para detener a la comunidad migrante.
Y justo como nos cuenta Marinés Zavala, en este caso se trata de una vendedora ambulante de hot dogs que trabajaba fuera del estadio del béisbol en lo que es el Parque Perco. Marinés, ¿qué se sabe de esta investigación?
Fue en esta calle, a solo unos metros del famoso estadio de béisbol donde juegan los Padres de San Diego, que nos dice la comunidad aquí se vieron agentes portando placas y camisetas de la Agencia de Seguridad Nacional. Ellos ahí nos decían el miedo y sobre todo la desesperación que sintieron de no poder hacer nada por la señora Celsa, quien por años aseguran vende flores en esta zona.
¡Ay! Puede guardar silencio, madre.
Este video muestra a Celsa rodeada por los agentes, que le pedían documentos la noche del martes 27 de mayo.
Solamente le pusieron las esposas y las subieron aquí a este costado. Los demás vehículos, porque eran muchos vehículos los que traían ellos.
Este hombre, quien también vende hot dogs en San Diego, grabó el momento en que los agentes se acercaron a Celsa. Nos dijo cómo antes de llegar con ella, los agentes federales supuestamente se acercaron a él y sus compañeros. Los trabajadores en la zona dijeron que lloraron al escuchar sobre la detención de Celsa Ramírez. En el caso de Tania, unos minutos antes que se habían visto.
Yo sí me puse muy triste, incluso lloré ese día porque me dio mucho sentimiento, la verdad. El ver a la señora en 5 minutos después saber que se la habían llevado, sí me dio mucha pena.
Una abuela originaria de Cuernavaca, quien dice Tania es uno de los principales sustentos de su madre de 85 años. Muchos la conocían en la zona. Dicen que es de las pocas mujeres que dejan entrar a los sitios a vender sus flores.
Es muy querida y trabaja muy bien, es muy linda, muy amable. Entonces como que se ganó su lugar ahí en Mr. Temple, la verdad.
En los videos, desde antes que iniciara el partido, los comerciantes dijeron captaron lo que aparenta ser el momento en que los agentes salían de los estacionamientos con chalecos, detenían a las personas en las calles y culminaron con la interrogación de quienes vendían hot dogs.
Yo los vi empujando los carritos, simplemente ocupo una identificación.
Una situación que resalta la preocupación sobre la expansión de estos operativos del gobierno federal en el país.
No es la forma en la cual el gobierno federal debería estar en San Diego ni en ningún lugar. Esto no es una criminalidad, esto no merece que sea uno acosado, no merece uno que sea amedrentado en la calle.
Keep saying that they're trying to get rid of the murderers, the rapists. These are not murderers, they're rapists.
Porque uno está queriendo vivir y apoyar a su familia.
¿Y cómo pueden llevar a otros trabajadores a no querer regresar a sus lugares de trabajo ante el temor a una deportación?
No deberían de estar preguntando por estar preguntando. Eso está claro y confirmado por la Suprema Corte de Justicia en Estados Unidos recientemente. Tiene que haber una sospecha basada en algo que te lleve a la conclusión que la persona no tiene documentos.
Across the country, people attending immigration hearings are leaving court and walking right into the hands of ICE agents. It's become a reoccurring deportation strategy as part of President Donald Trump's efforts to accelerate deportations of undocumented immigrants. Well, today in Dallas, agents in plain clothes took at least 3 people into custody following hearings in federal court. Candace Sweat has the story.
It happened quickly without much commotion at the federal building in downtown Dallas. ICE agents in plain clothes approached this man and took him into custody. Dallas is one of many cities having seen this scenario play out over the past few weeks. Unauthorized immigrants show up for hearings, have their cases dismissed, and find themselves whisked away by ICE agents. Immigration attorney Erica Diaz says what's happening is perfectly legal. There's simply been a shift in strategy.
The real change happens with respect to expedited removal.
Expedited removal allows for the transfer of...
I'll tell you something. Either way, these Proud Boys lost because the next president, if there's another election, right, it ain't going to be them. Now they're going to be alone. Okay? And people are going to come after you, motherfuckers. But let's say there isn't. And you want to have oligarchy because, you know what I'm saying, King Trump. Well, then it's still going to be the same shit. Because you'll be the first ones that are going to be destroyed. Because military prepared people that actually, those actual federal people, won't be the same thing. Because guess what? You all went by hate. And emotions eventually get you killed. And that's the wrong thing when you approach any type of situation. Like, for example, when people try to get in a fight in the street, like when you're emotional, it can get you killed. If somebody hits you wrong, for example, and you fall back, guess what happens? Hit your head at the edge. Matter of fact, that reminds me. I saw this video one time. These 2 girls were fighting, young girls. And one of them just happened to hit one the wrong way, and there was 2 benches, and she fell between the bench and hit the back of her head. That girl looked like she died. So, yeah. This is not a joke. You signed up to the wrong thing. You affected families. You affected people. There's a debt.
Undocumented people who arrive in the U.S. within the past 2 years.
It's an easy way for the government to simply pick these people up after their hearing, once the case is dismissed, and then taken from there into a detainer center.
Guadalupe Ontiveros tells us she noticed ICE agents around the Dallas Federal Building.
This is why there's a scripture that talks about never trust thine enemy. I think it's in Sirach. You guys can remember it. Just that's it. Now, come on, man. I know it, bro. Are you seriously? You can't remember it, dude? You know what, family? I'm losing my memory. Maybe I'm getting old, dude. Oh, I know why. Shit. Just estás creciendo, güey. This is hold on. I know where to get it. It's all good. I got it. It's okay. I'm a little slower than you guys. Where you at? Oh, there it goes, right here. Sirach 12:10. Yeah, it's been a while. It says, never trust thine enemy. For like iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Which means after some time, you put water on that metal, it rusts. So what that means in a way is when you deal with people like that and you give them goodness, it doesn't make them good. It puts rust in them. Their spirit just doesn't absorb that type of water. That's also in a very, hopefully you get what I'm saying. Because the scriptures talk about that. The water is the word. And yet water, when you put it against iron, it rusted. And here it says that the enemy is like iron. That after time, while it's dealing with water, like for example, it's going to rust. meaning it'll turn against you. It'll get you sick because rust is poisonous, in case you didn't know that. Let's continue.
They look like regular civilians. They're just walking by.
She brought her nephew to immigration court in Dallas Friday morning when things took a turn she didn't expect.
I convinced him to come because it was the right thing to do. As soon as we walk out the court doors, they took him. ICE took him.
You see? Never trust thine enemy. For as iron rusted, so is he. She trusted the enemy. You tell him, really? Seriously? You got your nephew to get deported, and you probably won't see him for like 7, 8 years. That's some sad shit right there. See, but if you don't know the scriptures, you're going to be like, this is it's a right Christian thing to do.
This unfolding here in North Texas as the Supreme Court makes the move to allow the Trump administration to revoke temporary legal status of some 500,000 immigrants. Immigration attorneys say the concern is people with legitimate asylum claims might end up back in danger if their claims are not fully heard. In Dallas,
That's some heavy duty stuff, man. I mean, I don't know what we can say about those things. Are we just gonna let it be? Ignore it? Let it go? There was a video that I've been wanting to show you guys. I chopped it up in pieces, and then I brought it back, and then YT took it off. They wanted me to edit some shit, so I'm gonna finally show it again because they didn't like it. Okay, so hopefully you guys can appreciate that. Finally, all right, let's go.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento.
I think it works. I don't gotta do all that. I think it actually works. Hopefully I don't have any problems today. Yeah. Yep. Good to be back. Buenas noches, buenos dias, buenas tardes for you that are watching afar from across the world. Hold on a second, family. Let me give you a screen to look at here real quick. Not sure why it's not popping up, to be honest, but it's kind of weird. But anyways, let's see if that picks up finally. Oh, I guess it doesn't. Give me a second. God, man, see, it's already giving me bumps. It's already giving me bumps. Come on, there we go. How hard is that? Shit, man. Anyways, all right. So let's see who's okay. What up? Hey, what up, Chris? Yeah, man. I had to my son hasn't been doing good. So, but you guys probably already hear that so much often. You that deal with children with autism or adults with autism or young adults with autism, you would know how it is. If it's in a spectrum, like severe, then you guys really know. I have something interesting for you guys today. Something very interesting, I think. When the border crossed us, or I should say, when the border crossed us, I should have put it more, but it brought a lifetime of legacy and hate. Now, and you guys know that in this channel, yeah, for sure, family first, man. That's without a doubt, man. Hold on a second. So, the reason for this title, and I'm gonna, as you know, gonna bring some scriptures out. Today is gonna be one of those days. I want you guys to consider a couple of things. And I'll tell you that my past history of the type of person I was, and every now and then, man, it kind of kicks in, I'm not gonna lie. But I was a real flaky ass fool, especially when you come from an alcoholic background. You really can't keep commitments. So the reason I say that is because there was nothing that I would have told myself that would have convinced me to keep being consistent in this walk for the last 8 years in regards to what I have been understanding and now at this point been bringing out. So with that being said, Sirach 33:17 says, consider that I labor not for myself only. So At times, I don't want to do this. At times, I just want to put this away, F it, whatever. I'm tired. Sometimes I lose sleep. I got a lot going on. Consider that I labor not for myself only, because just like Jeremiah, when you're called upon, you're called upon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay. Again, if it was up to me personally, me of the old way, I could never have committed to even something this long. Not even, I don't see it. This is definitely something spiritual. That's all I can say. Whether you believe it or not, hey, it's up to you. I don't care. Just like you can't prove there's a beginning to an end. I can't prove what I'm telling you it's legit. So, you know what I mean? You can only take from my word. You can only take what I say. And if you have spoken to me before, I think you would understand that I'm not kidding about this. With that said, I'm sorry. Let me continue that. Let me kind of get to my point here. 33:17, it says, consider that I labor not for myself only, but for all them that seek knowledge. Because once you know this is what happens. It should happen naturally. If you have been called upon, so to speak, or chosen, or like whatever. I'm not saying I am. I'm not saying that if you have this urge or pressure and then within your spirit doesn't let you rest or settle, then something it's calling you to bring out some information. Now, I'm not talking about some individualites that go out there and want to debate and be in front of people and try to prove a point and and smiling and smoking pot and thinking it's cool. Hey, somebody shoot the chats, you know what I'm saying? Put some money into it. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking, but for all them that seek learning, like when I started understanding this, wasn't because I wanted to be better, brighter than other people. I just wanted to stop sinning, in a sense, stop messing up my life. Materialistic things did not satisfy me. That wasn't the issue. So let me share something with you, fam. This is something that I don't normally share, but it's nothing weird. But before, in my other life, I would go out every weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Stay up late. Party. Show up at 3, 4 in the morning. And I had a family. Either at a bar or with a friend. I didn't want to be around my family, I guess, at that time. We're not talking about simple changes. We're talking about like actual changes. And I'm no different. Again, we've all been through this. And I've talked to brothers that have done the same thing, which is why it's important to share this with you. Because if I'm lying, then they could show up right now and post something right now in the chat and say, nah, he's full of shit, blah, blah, blah. You brothers that talk to me know that who you hear today is who you hear on the phone. I'm no different. When you talk to me today, like I'm talking, you talk to me that way. If you guys are offended because I'm on the microphone and F this guy, then you just don't see anything beyond the assumptions. I appreciate these brothers that actually get a chance to listen to me, because sometimes I talk too much. Shit, man, I want to slap myself. Shut up, man. And you know what I mean? I'm halfway through 100. So we all have a like this is it's not a joke, man. We all really are in this. And I thank you all brothers that show up here and fucking show support, because honestly, bro, every now and then I see brothers that say, hey, you know what? Thank you for your work, this and that. And man, and that shit is what I guess you could say that's what motivates me. I don't want to take it too like that, but that's what keeps me going, because I realize that it does matter. It does matter. Having women beautiful, that wasn't the issue. That was never, like, I never had problems with that. It was something else. I was searching for something else. So if you guys are searching for something else, for you that seek learning, that's why I'm doing these classes. And hopefully today can be an edifying day for you guys that are keeping Sabbath on these days, because, the lunar has moved. Sirach 21:12. That's not the point. So let's continue. He that is not wise will not be taught. So if you are just here to take notes on how to challenge me, you will not learn anything today. Or you that are too prideful to self-reflect and repent, reflect, and repeat consistently, then this is not for you. If you want to come with your Christmas Christian doctrine, which we all suffer from, trust and believe I still suffer with family around me, and you're not listening beyond your emotions, this is not for you. He that is not wise will not be taught. Again, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So the first understanding is to know that what I'm bringing out, forget what I say, family. Listen to the verses. If it makes sense, that maybe it may just change a bit for you. But there is a wisdom which multiplied bitterness. And this is why I still do it. It's not just for my learning, only for you that seek wisdom. And because this shit is bitter. It's bitter wisdom. It's bitter to know the stuff that our gente is going through. I'm going to bring out an example of what that is. This is from, I've showed this book before, Occupied America. But man, I'm so glad that was brought out. Matter of fact, let me rewind it. I know it sounds silly and shit. The discuss video, but it says Sirach 21:12. He that is not wise will not be taught. Right? We tell people about what's going on, and they don't want to listen. But there is a wisdom which multiplies bitterness. And then there's those that, like, for example, all be revealed. Damn, bro, RSK, Waracuya, for example. I don't know, I haven't looked up the screen yet. But I'm just using the first people that I'm seeing in the screen right now. Like, that's what we're at. Bitterness of wisdom. Meaning, you start relating the, like, it starts to make sense, but then it really does bother you, you know? It's like, how can we just have gotten to this point? And things continue. That's what it means. But there is a wisdom which multiplies bitterness. That bitterness, it's like, like Jeremiah said, man, I hate the fact that I know what I know. I don't want to teach this shit no more. He said that, by the way. Read your Bible. Continue. This is from, I've showed this book before, Occupied America, the disgusting, huevos of these wasps to go out there and try to use the same title in one of their racist-ass right-wing events, Occupied America, like we're occupying your asses. Let's remind ourselves here that the Europeans are the foreigners of this damn continent, okay? So I don't give a shit how racist you're going to get. If you're going to bring the fire, guess what? We're used to it already. There's nothing you've done that we're not used to. We've been born for this shit. But the point is this. In this chapter 3 of Occupied America, 7th edition, by the way, we're going to find something very interesting because that's technically the concept here. When the border crossed us, we didn't come to you guys. We didn't go to Europe. Did we go to Europe, family? I mean, did we go to Europe? Like in Europe, they're complaining because people are going to Europe and like as if they were, you know what I mean? Like, but they're there in their location, right? They're in their location. Not these people here. Not these Europeans. Not these European wetbacks. That's what I'm going to call you guys. Because if you're letting your President Musk dictate your country, you got no country anymore. I'm going to tell you this right now. America has turned into what Mexico dictatorship used to be. And those are facts. That's gonna hurt. It's a sad case, but you are destroyed. You will never rule like you did again. You are done. Your dictatorship will be the first steps towards your destruction. And then after that, you will feel the bitter taste. Listen to this right here. Let's start off with the concept as to when we did not cross the border, nor did we go to Europe, nor did we ask you to come here. I want to read in that section where it says, Grant wrote, because he's talking about the notion that the United States had imperial motives in invading America offends many Euro-Americans. Euro-North people. However, the contemporaries of the war, such as U.S. President Ulysses Grant, 1822 to 1885, remember these years, shared the opinion that the United States was an aggressor nation. Grant wrote, for myself, I was bitterly opposed to the measure, and to this day regard the war with Mexico one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. It was an instant of a republic following the bad example of European monarchies. And are we not there already? In not considering justice in their desire to acquire additional territory. Grant added, Texas, because it all starts there, and we're back there again. We're back there again. I think that is a pivotal point of where this WW, you know what I'm saying? 3, I think. You know, that's what I think is going to happen between these two particular places, the North and the South. Texas was originally a state belonging to the Republic of Mexico. The American colonists paid very little attention to the supreme government and introduced slavery into the states almost from the start. Now, when we read those particular statements, you would think and say, yeah, the white man is just evil, man. They're just a wicked-ass nation. No, they ain't the only ones. And I'm going to show you, there wasn't just white people that went and did this, okay? Texas was originally a state belonging to the Republic of Mexico. Colonists paid very little attention to the supreme government and introduced slavery in the states almost from the start. You see this? Remember, Mexico, after Spain, had abolished slavery in 1828. Through the Constitution of Mexico, did not, nor does it now, sanction that institution. Of the annexation of Texas, Grant said, hey, family, I think I need to read this to you because I had just honestly heard something that I read in regards to who was involved. I need you to understand that this attack was systematic, okay? The occupation, hold on a second. Let me see if it's this section here. Hold on. We're back there again. I think that is a pivotal point of where this WW. Okay, so it says, for myself, I was bitterly opposed to the measure and to this day regard the war with Mexico one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. Okay? That was the point. Thank you. I needed to hear those voices because that reminded me of it, all right? I mean, I read a lot, family, so there's certain things that remind me of certain shit. So I have a book here called, and I had to run to my room because I was reading it. It's called Secreto 1910. All right? Let me show you guys. You have to understand this. Because he said stronger than a weaker nation, right? Okay. Secretos 1910. See, this is why the Most High I know how. I mean, there's no doubt. So whenever I kind of get scared about certain shit, and you know, like I may feel like he's like I'm alone, whatever. Like that's why I tell you, don't be afraid, man. This walk is not about that. You're not lonely, family. He puts the right people around you to talk to deal with. This is the book called El Secreto 1910. I'm sorry, hold on. Secreto 1910. You probably can't see that top, but it says, el gobierno lo sabe, los historiadores lo saben, la mayoría de la gente no lo sabe. La revolución mexicana no fue planeada en México. Do you understand? So now, if we go back to what that is saying, hold on, oh shit, hold on, let me not lose myself. If we go back to what he's saying, and he says, for myself, I was bitterly opposed to the measure, and to this day regard that war with Mexico one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. So here he's saying like, yeah, we were stronger than you guys. That's not fair. Okay. So in that book that I showed you, and for you guys that know Spanish, I hope you understand what it says because it's in Spanish. Okay? And I've showed this before to you guys before. This is from Thomas Jefferson in 1786, January 25th. Por el momento, aquellos países, quote unquote, las colonias de España en América, right, se encuentran en las mejores manos, dice él. Solo temo que estas resulten demasiado débiles, meaning the Spaniards that have Mexico in control, para mantenerlos sujetos hasta que nuestro pueblo o nuestra población progrese suficientemente para ir y arrebatarles prácticamente parte por parte. If you guys think I'm lying,
Who are you?
because I don't lie in this channel. I'm going to show you this real quick. And whoever doesn't understand what this means, and you want to make excuses, you want to show up to this channel and, I don't know, man, just whatever, bro. That's what it says right there. Okay? Thomas Jefferson, tercer presidente de los Estados Unidos. Oh, I see. See, this is emotional for y'all. So let's get real with this shit. Por el momento, aquellos países, las colonias de España en América, se encuentran en las mejores manos, meaning our indigenous people, like who we are. As long as the Spaniards are governing, remember, up until 1900, up until 1900, we still couldn't get the Bible. Connect the dots, fam. And this dumbass Edomite here, well, actually, he's not dumb, you know what I'm saying? He says, hey, for the moment, those people are in good hands. Se encuentran en las mejores manos. He's like, if they're in good hands. He goes, the only thing that I'm afraid of is that maybe Spain might be too weak and he may not be able to maintain them until our people, our nation progresses sufficiently enough to rip part by part their territory. You keep staying in those BHI rooms. You keep doing all that funky shit. You know what I'm saying? 3, I think. You know, that's what I think is going to happen between these two particular places, the North and the South. Texas was originally a state belonging to the Republic of Mexico. The American colonists paid very little attention to the supreme government and introduced slavery into the states almost from the start. Now, when we read those particular statements, you would think and say, yeah, the white man is just evil, man. They're just a wicked-ass nation. No, they ain't the only ones. And I'm going to show you, there wasn't just white people that went and did this, okay? Texas was originally a state belonging to the Republic of Mexico. Colonists paid very little attention to the supreme government and introduced slavery in the states almost from the start. You see this? Remember, Mexico, after Spain, had abolished slavery in 1828. Through the Constitution of Mexico did not, nor does it now, sanction that institution. Of the annexation of Texas, Grant said, the occupation, separation, and annexation were, from the inception of the movement of its final consummation, a conspiracy to acquire territory out of which slave states might be formed for the American Union. What kind of people are you? The audacity, like some of y'all like to say, the nerve of you to feel this way and then come and turn around with these new so-called political, propagandas on the right side and Christian evangelicals trying to tell you how the savagery is us, that we are the savages, that we're the murderers. You know what I'm saying? That we're the invaders. Who invaded who? Evidence shows a thievery. So technically, this land doesn't technically belong to you, does it? Now, let me continue with that thought. On Occupied America, on 3rd edition, okay? Remember, by the way, this is a prerequisite in the Chicano Studies class. So if you guys are in college, young, get this book. They'll probably ask you to get it anyways. I don't know what edition they're in now, but anyways, on page 15, it says this, the myth of a nonviolent nation. This is what we typically hear, family, okay? This is the bitter wisdom that you assume this is the way it was, and then you realize, wait a minute, it was never like that. Yes, Because since the beginning of time, since they crossed or created a border, supposedly that we crossed, lifetime and legacy of hate. They've never changed. Most studies on the Mexican-American War dwell on the causes and results of the war, sometimes dealing with the war strategies. One must go beyond this point since the war left bitterness and since Anglo-American actions in Mexico are vividly remembered. Mexican attitude towards Anglo-Americans has been influenced by the war, just as easy victory of the U.S. conditioned Anglo-American behavior towards Mexicans. All right. Fortunately, some of the Anglo-Americans condemn this aggression and flatly accuse their leaders of being insolent and land hungry. But here's the point, fam. Don't they say this? God love America. And look at how they themselves, you see, this is what you have to ask these Christmas Christian bastards, these dirty bastards that claim to say they love the Most High, they believe in Jesus, they love their brethren, but they have no idea of the doctrine that their institution believes deep down inside. That's why in secret, they feel the way they feel. That's why when this orangutan showed up out of nowhere and expressed how they felt, they're like, look, listen, I'll suffer as long as you get rid of these invaders, so-called. Again, the pride of the race has swollen to still greater insolence. The pride of a country, always quite active enough for the due observance of the claims of universal brotherhood. The Anglo-Saxon has been apparently persuaded. Remember that. Persuaded. You are not. You have never been. You were only put there in a position, just like in Romans 9, 7, and 8, how it gives us an example of how he lifted up a kingdom, like, let's say, Egypt or Rome, just to destroy you. You're no better than anybody. You're just a spittle from a drop of a bucket. The Anglo-Saxons, that's who I'm talking to, have been apparently persuaded to think themselves, to the chosen people. Really? Anointed race of the Lord. Which one? Saint Germain? Francis Bacon? Commissioned to drive out the heathen. Who is the heathen? And plant their religion and institution in every Canaan they could subjugate. You see this, family? You see what I'm saying? You got to ask yourself why and how come they never talk about this? Bring this to a Christian and you tell me how defensible this can be. Oh, well, those were the times of the... Wait, really? Wait, what are you talking about? How far can we go back? Because you Christians believe in the Constitution, correct? That's in 1776. So how far can we go back? Selective history? Are we talking about? Our treatment both of the red man and the black man has habituated us to feel our power and forget right. The passion for land also is a leading characteristic of the white people. The god terminus is unknown deity in America. Like the hunger of the pauper boy of fiction, the cry had been more, give us more. Now we're going to read pretty soon in Habakkuk, something like that. But now let me take you through a parable that I believe really resonates with our people, with our experience, with our history. And it relates to the parable of the dishonest manager, but I'm not going to go back that far. You see, because in this particular chapter, it talks about an individual called Lazarus. Okay? Now, in case you guys don't know who that is, I would suggest for you to read the chapter. There's a lot of deep understanding in just the beginning of those two verses. So let's dabble into this in case you guys don't know. Let's try to break this down. Hopefully you guys can get some edification out of this, because I really think that hopefully with the examples that I show you, you can see what exactly does it mean between Lazarus and this rich man, poor man, so to speak, and then exactly how through this story there's joy. You know what I'm saying? There's joy about this thing. So let's get to it, because this is Luke chapter 16 verse 19. All right, so we're gonna start right here. The rich man and Lazarus. So let's begin. Oh, actually, matter of fact, let me do this. I'm gonna use blue letter on this one. Blue letter. Give me a second. Luke 16. Okay, let's go real quick. All right, so we're gonna use you're gonna use this one because we're gonna talk about some concordance real quick. Just so you guys can get a better, deeper understanding and what exactly is this parable talking about. Okay, so it says here, and it doesn't apply to everybody. Stop it. Luke 16:19 says there was a certain man, a rich man, with which was clothed in purple and fine linen. You know, no pun intended. For some of y'all wearing purple these days, you really feel proud of yourselves. Anyways, and fared sumptuously every day. Okay, let's just read it for what it is right now. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate, full of sores. So now, when you read this for what it is, you're thinking, okay, it's talking about a rich guy and a poor guy, and you know what I mean? He's, just sick, whatever, broken down. So let's break this down a little bit more. And we're going to first read verse 19. We're going to come back to the rich guy after we get a little breakdown on the beggar. So it says, again, there was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen and fared sumptuously every day. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus. So now, the word beggar, when you break it down, let's continue into looking into this, okay? The word beggar, when you break it down, and if you go into here, let me go to, I was saying reverse. Hold on. Where are you at? Miscellaneous. So we talk about miscellaneous, Bible, reference. Okay, let's see. Let's go to, give me a second. Which one I'm looking at? Commentaries or dictionary? Come on, man. I guess it looks different on the phone, huh? I tell you what, let me go into it. Let me go into the word beggar. Okay. What a nerd. So the word beggar has a definition of reduced to beggary. Okay. Begging, asking. Destitute of wealth, influence, position, honor, low, afflicted, destitute of Christian virtue or eternal riches. We all know what that means. Powerless, hopeless, needy, lacking anything, everything, or lacking the spirit, so to speak, right? Now, if we go down to the Thayer's Greek lexicon, it says to be thoroughly frightened, to cover, dine, or hide oneself for fear. Now, if you guys, just common sense, fear is the number one destroyer of everything. So think about this when it talks about the beggar. This was this beggar man, fearful, broken, destroyed, right? Away from any type of spirit, any hope of knowing who the word of the Most High. No wisdom whatsoever. Is there really a God? I mean, you're hoping things are not working out for you, right? So this is the kind of state of mind that this brother is walking into, right? So it says here again, and there was a beggar named Lazarus. But again, let me not forget my point here. The beggar part, I want to emphasize this. Let me see in case I forget something, because I think I might have skipped something. Crouch. So I'll give you an example. My son right now, he's really battling these things, right? And he's slouching a lot. He's in a very submissive kind of position, like, trying to give up. And he's staying in there. A beggar as cringing, and he's suffering. He's like suffering, and I see him sometimes suffer, within. Like he feels this. I guess I can only express it like massive anxiety within, and he's just distressed, like he's got literally no. He's hopeless, so to speak. So now, when you go to, let's see, go back to this. Go back to the verse. So now it says, there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate. Now, let me read this real quick. Because when you think about the curses, we're talking about a man that's destroyed mentally, a man that's destroyed spiritually. Okay? Someone that you look at and you think, God ain't dealing with him. That's what society tells you, right? He's not well off. He's not prospering because Jesus ain't with him. Deuteronomy 28 and 29 talks about the same thing. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. Bitter, right? Beggar. Destitute of understanding. Blind, no direction. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, just like Lazarus. And thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. So when we look at spoiled evermore, now let's go back to the verse, beggar, and there was a beggar named Lazarus, which was laid. So check this out. I looked at this here. If you click on the concordance and you break this word down, then it's to throw, to let go of things without caring where it falls. Man. You know, that's a heavy point. How many people, brothers and sisters, have we seen that we all grew up with, man, that were doing well in life, and all of a sudden they let go, that they just let go. Hey, saludos, brother. How you doing, man? Oh, hey, what's up, Guaracuya? What up, brother? Good to have you. Good to have you here, bro. Estudiante, what's up, bro? Good to have you here, man. I didn't see you guys. Anyways, I've met several friends. I've lost friends that just didn't care. Just let go. So we're talking about Lazarus, a beggar he's a beggar, he's destitute of wisdom, broken, right? Just he's let go. He's got kind of hopeless. Is there a God? I'm sure he believes. Like some of us have been in this deep darkness, man, that we were walking and stressing through life, and that we still believe, but I was like, man, our hope was like small. But even though the scripture said, bro, even if you have a little bit of faith, bro, that's enough, right? That got us through. It's just like this. Through, let go, done, over with. I'm like, man, I don't care anymore, bro. I'm done. You know what I mean? And just like this right here, Deuteronomy 28 and 29, and thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. And then when you see this, man, you gave it up. Why? Because no one is there to help you. Just like Lazarus. Poor. Not only to not being poured out of the spirit, but you're poured out of spirit. You guys have to really look into these words because they can really give you an understanding. You know, think about this, man. It says to scatter, to throw, to cast into, right? To give over to one's uncertain, to care. That's, and matter of fact, look, to give over to one's care, uncertain about the results. Man, come on, bro. It's no different than verse 48, Deuteronomy 28:48. And therefore thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Until when? Because you basically are laid at the gate. You given up your hope to other people that don't give a damn about you. It's no different with this Lazarus concept. He's given up his hope that maybe somebody will feel bad enough for him that he'll just, hey, could you help me out? Didn't you guys vote for Donald Trump thinking, hey, could you give me a crumb? Could you please make me feel certain? Because I just don't know if there is really a God, maybe. I don't know. And again, it goes back to the curses. And if you study this book like you should, you would get a proper breakdown. Now let's continue. And Lazarus, the beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at the gate, full of sores. Now, when you click this here, it says, pretty simple, make sores, ulcers to be ulcerated. Now, we know sores comes like pus. There's stuff that comes out of it, right? So let's go back to the actual word, because by clicking here, it won't give you enough. But if you click here, Now let's just pick up this word. Petrifying sores. Okay, so we're looking for the word sores. Here. H4347. Okay. I think it's the word I'm looking for. No, that's not the word I'm looking for, bro. Oh, here we go. Hold on a second. Let me go back to it. Source. Let's see what this is. If I can just get it. Let me see. Let me try to see if I can find the source. Let me see if I can find the root word. Okay. Oh, here it goes. 1G. Okay, let's go to the root word of source. Okay, so I isolate the word itself. So if we isolate the word source, so to speak, helkeos, then it says a wound, a producing a discharge plus sore or ulcer. Okay. So now we're talking about a root word 16668 is a root word of source. So now let's talk about this one, probably from G1670. Now the meaning of this gets a little deeper, and it says to drag by inward power. Now it's like, wait, what are you talking about? To drag. Now the reason why I'm going a little deep on this, fam, is because when you read the scripture as to what it's saying, check this out. So we know that the beggar means destitute, far from, right? Light or understanding. Laid, meaning just completely have given up, no hope whatsoever. Destroyed like a blind man, right? Basically hoping that some other one can maybe give a chance to him, right? Full of sores, meaning what? He's discharging. Some people say it is sin in a sense. You're full of sins. But it's like hemorrhage. So now check this out. Here's the reason why I'm saying this. Verse 21 then helps. And desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Now, if we go into crumbs is, I believe, let me go back. Let me go here. Yeah, G5589. What do crumbs mean? A little morsel, crumb, right? But if we do a derivative of the base of meaning a crumb, right? Let's click here for a second to get a deeper understanding, or at least a better definition. So now we see to pluck off, to cause to vibrate, to touch, to strike a chord, right? To play a harp, a hymn, to celebrate praise of God. So now we're talking about a man that's hoping for this dude to give him crumbs off the table. Now, if you're eating at the table, you're going to let a man full of sores eat by you? No, you're not, right? It's getting deeper here. This is where it's getting deeper now. We're talking about a man that's spiritually destroyed and somebody that seems to have somewhat of spiritual food. And even if I could just get a little bit of that, maybe. Is that the crumb we're talking about? That spiritual food? Remember, you don't only eat by flesh, it's the spirit that feeds you, correct? So the crumbs, let's say now, let's continue. Let me just read through it. So desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell off the rich man's table. Crumbs to be fed. We see this, right? To pluck off, so to speak, right? The crumbs is like, let's say, the word of the Most High, the Bible, so to speak. It's kind of like how some of you guys go to Sunday church, thinking that he's going to be there. If you can just get a little bit, maybe. You got a lot of suffering going on. If you could just get a little bit, maybe. But then it says, moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores. So he's destitute, broken, battered. Once there's a little hope, thinking that this would be sufficient. And while he's hoping, struggling, and battling, you got dogs around you still destroying you. Now, if we go back to Deuteronomy 28, 50, I believe, verse 59, then the Lord will make thy plague wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and the long continuance and sore sickness of long continuance. This is the stuff that, I mean, you can use that one. I don't know why I wrote it down, to be honest, at this point, now that I look at it. Kind of like it, but I don't. I don't think it fully applies. I mean, it does, but, you know, I mean, I wish I would have wrote something. Maybe at that time it did seem right, and it just doesn't seem right at this time. So let me just go back. Luke 16:21. In desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table, and then says, moreover, the dogs came and licked the sores. So now, rich man, poor man. Now we have dogs around the poor man. Who are these dogs? Now, based on the Bible, there is a translation for dogs. So let's start from the get-go. 11:7. Exodus 11:7 says here, but against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord put a difference between the Egyptian and Israel. So he'll call other nations dogs. So now, are we talking about Lazarus being around other nations, heathens, licking his sores? Remember, he's laid at the gates full of sores. Sore is actual pain. Sometimes people with other intent will give you something that will soothe your pain, but never fully cure your pain. You follow what I'm talking about? So that's why when you say, and dogs were at his, wait, let me go back to it, because I don't have that scripture memorized. It says, moreover, the dogs, people, tempted him and licked his sores, meaning, hey, Lazarus, don't trip, bro. Here's a beer, homie. You good. Here's a smoke. Here's a sniff. Here, just get yourself a prostitute. Don't even trip. There's no God, bro. Don't even go to church. Don't read the Bible. That shit ain't real. And those are the plagues also that are mentally plaguing you. The dogs came. Now, I'll give you another example in case you guys think that maybe, you know, he doesn't talk about these people or the nations as dogs. Well, okay, well, you know what I mean? I'll give you one that, you know what I'm saying, that may just make a lot more sense. Psalms 22:16, for dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. So we see that in the understanding of this is when the Mashiach actually experiences, correct? But in this point, for dogs have encompassed me, meaning people. They have no good intent towards you. No good intent. All ill will. All ill will. So don't think that, no, you know, it's just a story about a poor man, dogs licking his, you know, it's just, no, man, you got to go deep into this stuff. Isaiah 56:10 and 11. Let's check this out. It says here, his watchmen are blind. They're all ignorant. They're all dumb dogs. He calls people dogs. They cannot bark, sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. Yea, they are greedy dogs, which can never have enough. And they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way, everyone for his gain, for his quarter. So now you see that this situation of Lazarus, I know that me personally, when I was really deep into my ism, this is exactly how I felt, man. There was part of me that said, God, please, God, help me. But I was completely destroyed, man. Exactly like that. Full of sores, and everybody around me, the dogs that were licking my sores were what? Here, you can fix it with this. But never the real problem. They were always giving me the wrong solutions because, again, if the demons want you to be down, bro, they're going to want you to be down. And I'll show you another one. Matthew 7. Watch this real quick, just to be safe. In case I almost forgot to put that one down. Shoot. It says, give not that which is holy unto dogs. You see? Dogs licking your sores, people with bad intent. If you're already destroyed, you have any people around who want to keep you down. We're going to get to the rich man pretty soon. Don't even worry. Neither cast ye your pearls before the swines. But again, don't give What unto dogs? And who are dogs? Is he really talking about people? I mean, is he really talking about dogs? No, he's talking about people, nations. Even your own gente too. Philippians 3:2. Beware of dogs. Why? Beware of evil workers. Beware of concessions. Beware of concessions. Beware of dogs. Beware of evil workers. So again, when you read Luke here, I'll read it here just to get to the point. Luke 16:21, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. So here is like, hey, like for example, when I was going through a lot of battles, right? And I'll tell my mom, like, hey, mom, I think I want to go to one of your little gatherings. I'll go to a retreat. I went to a couple of retreats where, like a weekend type of deal, like not too far, like San Diego type, and it was enough to get me out of my beggary state of mind, my beggary spirit, But then as soon as my sword started hurting again, my temptations and my flesh, there was them dogs, bro. Them dogs ready to lick my swords. Because, there's in case you guys don't know that dogs, they will not allow your cuts to cure. Because there's a lot of bacteria. Do not believe what other people say. They're not clean. They eat shit. Trust me. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores. Now, when you think about who, or at least maybe family members we've had that we've seen in a low state, right? Just destroyed, like just destroyed. Heroin addict type, almost overdosed twice. Let's say, I don't know, coke addiction. Like, I mean, bottom barrel, disappearing for a month type of deal, bro. Like that state of mind, like that spirit, like that far apart, so close to hell, so far from the Most High, so to speak. You know what I mean? So that's the Lazarus type of spirit that we're talking about. That broken, contrite heart. Like, because some of us are battling that bad. And I'll say this now: if you're enjoying yourself, through this walk, and you're debating and you're laughing and smoking and chilling and shit, and you're like, yeah, we're the people. Yeah. Bro, listen. Good luck. Good luck. I don't want to be you. I'll say that. I did find this, though, in case you guys want to know. The old understanding of lick one's wounds, the meaning meant when we face difficult situations, our experience failure is a natural feeling of hurt and defeated. And the idiom licks one's wounds is often used to describe the process of recovering from such setback. This phrase has been around for centuries and has its root in animal behavior when injured animals would lick their wounds as a way to clean them and promote healing, supposedly. So, you guys can look up some of those examples. But let's continue. Let me go to verse 23. Luke 16:23. So we understand. I'm sorry. Let's finish Luke 20 verse 22. Sorry. And it came to pass that the beggar died. Okay. So now we're gonna move on to this other section. So we understand now what went on with Lazarus and what exactly does Lazarus mean. We haven't touched the rich man. We're about to in a little bit. Okay. So now we see and it came to pass that the beggar Lazarus died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. Why is Abraham constantly being brought about? If the Most High gave the rights and chances to everybody, he should have just kept it with Noah, not Abraham. Get what I mean? Get with the program. Then it says here, I'm sorry, let me read it again. And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom, and the rich man also died and was buried. Okay, you see this? And was buried. So the beggar died, and the spirit goes to Abraham. The rich man dies, the spirit does not go to Abraham. Okay? And in hell, he lifted up his eyes, being in torment. And seeth Abraham afar off and Lazarus in his bosom. So now let's touch on this real quick. So since we're learning about the rich man now and what's going to happen to the rich man, first of all, we're going to learn what's going to happen to the rich man, and then we're going to look at who the rich man is or who these rich men are. Okay, but let's understand what's going to happen to this rich man. You had it good in this land, right? Manifest destiny, doctrine of discovery, correct? God loves America. Get these beaner spicks, wetbags out of our country, something that's not yours, right? Right, rich man? You had it good. You know those times, family, when you drive around, you see all this lands that you know does not belong to them. They have these beautiful homes, and you know damn well that someone stole that shit. That spirit sunken, correct? It's not an envy. It's just like, man, wow, it's nuts how it works out, right? And then you have some that complain and claim that they shit belonged to them and it never did. It's funny to me when I see these things. So when we are really tormented, right? When the end comes and it's time for them to pay, we're gonna see what happens. And in hell, he lifted up his eyes, being in torments. Now, I think, in case you don't know this, the Most High creates everything. Good, evil, takes life and gives life. If you cannot swallow that pill, then you need to stop reading this book. Wisdom of Solomon 19:4 says exactly this. For the destiny whereof they were worthy drew them unto this end and made them forget the things that had already happened. Meaning there's no remembrance of your good life while you were here. Like no remembrance. You think things were good, so when you pass, you think it's going to be good again. That they might fulfill the punishment, which was wanting to their torments. So you think, nah, I'm going to be good. Wisdom of Solomon 12:23. It says, wherefore, whereas men have lived desolately and unrighteously, thou hast tormented them with their own abomination. So then, enjoy this life, Edom. Live it. You say it's your God, go for it. Live it. Because the way that you've been tormenting our gente, if you believe in the book, then you know damn well that your spirit's going to feel this. If you believe. But I don't know if you guys really do. I think it's just BS to me. 2 Ezra 13:38. How also will you be tormented? I ask. It says, and shall lay before them their evil thoughts. So how you feel towards us, evil thoughts are going to feel that way towards you. And the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame, and he shall destroy them without labor by the law which is like unto me. You're going to go buck nutty destroyed. I can't imagine. Imagine. I don't know, man. I don't know these nations. You guys are very hateful, bro. Cruel people. So imagine that being done to you, and you feel that anger and hate within you. Like the moment somebody may have the knife in your throat, and you're like, "Oh shit!" You know what I'm saying? Or about to go get shot, or about to fall off, and you think it's over. That type of fear. Now, some of y'all may wonder, what gives you the right to talk this way? Well, I'll tell you what gave me the right to talk this way. The spirits. Hosea 12:10 says, I have also spoken by the prophets, and I have multiplied visions and used similitudes by the ministry of the prophets. This didn't come because, I don't know, I made it up or something. This comes after time. In the process of me putting together this class, so to speak, it took about the whole week. These things aren't provided or just revealed to individuals. And I know that people may not believe that many people listen to this channel. I can guarantee you that there's many that watch this channel in secret and learn more than you can imagine. Luke 8:10 says, and he said, unto you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of God, but to others in parables, that seeing they might not see, and hearing they might not understand. I told a couple of you brothers, man, about how we only get 4 books out of this that are spoken in parables. 4 books where the Mashiach communicates and only in parables, nothing else, nothing else. That's it. How so? Why so? Because it ain't for everybody. And not everybody's going to believe or listen. So, you know what I mean? It kind of goes hand in hand. Amos 3:7, surely the Lord will do nothing but he reveal his secrets unto his servants, the prophets. So these mysteries are revealed. These secrets, what kind of secrets? And where will you find these secrets? Well, Psalms 91:1 says, he that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Well, where are these secrets? Where's the secret place that dwelleth? Here. Psalms 147:19. He showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. It's this book. He had not dealt with any nation, and as for his judgment, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. So again, he reveals his secrets to certain people, and not all the time, not in a blunt fashion. No, like in a trickle, a little here, a little there. Job 33:14. Watch, it says here, for God speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceive it not. Sometimes we don't pay attention, and then it comes back. Oh, that's right, I remember that. Then he says, in a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumbering upon the bed, that's where he starts really dissecting the instructions for each one of us. Then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instructions. That's why some of us have a plan and then something else happens, that he may withdraw man from his purpose and hide pride from man. Again, remember the scripture, Sirach 33:17. I labor not only for myself, but for them that seek knowledge. It's the same concept here. So he reveals these things to those people that obviously are willing to reveal it to the brethren, because repentance shouldn't cost a damn thing. That's always what I said. But apparently, there's a lot of merchandising going around. And people are having fun with this Bible like as if, no big deal. I can debate all day and night, and we're good and we're the champs. I'm in the lion's den, man. I'm debating in the lion's den now. Oh, I feel so proud. Oh, I'm accepted. Shit is a joke. I'll be there, Lord willing, if I'm invited. Thought I was, but I guess I wasn't. But I look back and I'm like, bro, that shit is a joke, to be honest with you. What are you guys exactly getting out of it? You got people there smoking, chilling. Hey, everybody sit back, light up your blunt, pop your 40 and enjoy the debate. Like, wow, bro, what is this? What is this? Where's Lazarus, bro? Let's go back to that then. Luke 16:23, and in hell he lifted up his eyes, being in torment. We just talked about torment. How these things are going to occur. And what are the torments? The same hatred that you have towards ours, there's going to be the same towards you. But you're going to be dealing with spirits. That feeling of, in case you guys have ever experienced that feeling of being scared and nothing's there. Yeah, those spirits. And he cried and said, Father Abram, so now this is the rich man, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water. Now we know that water, the word, that's why water, the word, and trees and being rooted makes a lot of sense. Hosea 10, giving you a hint. And cool my tongue, for I am tormented in these flames. But Abram said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things. Enjoy it, Edom. Enjoy it, Canaan. Enjoy it. Live it. God loves America. I'm glad. And likewise, Lazarus, even evil things. But now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. I know it scares you guys. Inflation, the economy, job loss. You're going to think somebody's going to turn it around, and you committed to a dictator for the sake of saving your ass. And now it's done, over with. You've already sealed your deal. WASP, you've done your dirt, and you guys that followed, you're right behind them. And besides all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fix. So no matter what you do, enjoy your life now, Mr. White Man. So that day which would pass from hence to you cannot. There's nothing you can do. Now remember, there's no repentance for that certain individual. Neither can they pass to us and would come from thence. Then he said, I pray thee therefore, Father, that thou wouldest send him to my father's house. For I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them, lest they also come into this place of torment. So it's like, well, can you at least send him so he could warn my people? So they could teach the real Hebrews righteousness instead of torment? Abraham said unto him, they have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them. So then now Abraham responds. He said, nay, Father Abraham, but if one went on from the dead, they will repent. Right? But what did he say? And he said unto him, if they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. So there's going to be kind of like how can I say it? When you compare, like sometimes I sit back and I'm like, how do some of these people have it so good, man? They look like they have this perfect life. I mean, I know some of y'all have talked like that before. Man, they got it so good, bro. This was obviously before too, you know. See them, everything seems to be organized, houses clean, you know. They're going places, family looks happy, shit like that, right? And then your life's all messed up, and you're just kind of like, what's going on? Like, you know, you think that it's something that, like, oh, if I do this, I could get there. And if I do that, I can get there. I'll give you guys an example, which I've talked before. You know, there's nothing I can do with regards to going back in time and maybe doing something different and avoiding my son from having autism, so to speak, right? There's nothing I can do about that. And that's what it's kind of talking about. You know, that's the life that was kind of the path set for you. It doesn't mean you have to stay there, but it also doesn't mean that that the pain will go away. The stress, the PTSD, they call it too, you know, it's going to be there. And those are the things that you're going to have to deal with, because there's going to be dogs that are going to encompass you to continue to keep you in that state. Fear, anger, resentment, hatred. If you can't get over that, then guess what? You cannot really understand the wisdom of the Most High. That's why the rich man will never get it. Why? Because suffering sometimes, like that ass whooping, man, like when you hit rock bottom, I'm going to tell you this right now. When you hit rock bottom, for you brothers that have hit rock bottom, you know what I'm talking about. You have nowhere else to go but up, basically. A lot of folks that haven't suffered like that, bro, they can't really self-reflect. They're not willing to change. The rich man in this case didn't want to change. He had it good. He thought he was doing everything good. Why? I'm good. So now who is this rich man? We know what's going to happen to this rich man. We got hints about what this rich man is going to be or who he is. So who is this rich man? And how does this rich man move? Habakkuk 2:4 says, behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Yea, also, because he transgressed by wine, he is a proud man, neither keep it at home. So this rich man likes to kind of enlarge himself a bit, right? Who enlarges his desires, his hell, and is as death. Get out of my way. I want it. It's mine. Who enlarges his desire is hell and is as death. He'll kill you if he ain't getting it and cannot be satisfied. It's like the serial rapist. But gathereth unto him all nations, Edom, and heap it unto him all people, rich men. The rich man. Let's get an idea of who these people are and how they expand themselves, enlarge themselves, and how they move and act like as if they're so just and justified. The doctrine of discovery, the rich man table. The doctrine of discovery. They took the land, took the table, and now we're eating the crumbs by building walls and keeping us out of our own land. Claiming us to be what? Illegal aliens in our own continent. Yea, also because he transgressed my wine, he is a proud man. Wine meaning their doctrine, their evangelical Protestant bullshit, their Christmas Christian, orgonomics shit. You know what I'm saying? He is a proud man, neither keep it at home. Who enlargeth his desire is hell, and is as death. And he cannot be satisfied. But gather unto him all nations, and heap it unto him all people. What are you talking about? Listen to this.
Ordered Cambodian genocide. Sent cruise missiles to Sudan, people died. Gave the orders to do drone strikes. Invaded Nicaragua in '85. Instigated the Cuban Missile Crisis. Invaded the Dominican Republic. Endorsed the invasion of East Timor. Invaded Guatemala in '54. Overthrew the government of Panama. Started the war on terror. Funded the Timorese genocide. Dropped a nuclear bomb not once but twice. When the International Court of Justice condemned all our crimes, we just shrugged our shoulders and said, we do what we want, we do it all of the time. We even ramped up the genocide.
Think you get the picture. Neither keep it at home. Who enlargeth his desire is hell and is as death. You see what happened? Killed, enlarged it, took other things that were not his, cannot be satisfied, but gather unto him all nations. Didn't we see different presidents doing what they do, and heap it unto him all people? This is, again, it goes back to what we read earlier. Parables, the Mashiach spoke in parables, dark sayings, secrets were only given to certain people. Matthew 13:35, it says, here goes right here. Yeah, it's right here. It says that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. See, we didn't know that a lot of this was going on, and we still didn't know that where this history comes from. See, we still assume that it was just certain people, and we really didn't have an idea as to what all the mechanisms were. Like, who took part in this whole thing, right? This invasion, this creating a border that was never there, this lifetime and legacy of hate. Why? The parables are the ones that let us know. If you study the scriptures thoroughly, and you are called upon, I think I could at least suggest that you may just get the answer by reading and understanding history and following politics. Let me tell you something about the book. It has law, politics, and again, so-called theology. The Bible is basically based off of those three things. There's laws, there's Hold on a second. I just forgot. Anyway, I just said it. I'll come back to me. Psalm 78 and 2. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. Let's go to one more example. Proverbs 1:6. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise in their dark sayings. What is needed? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of the knowledge. That's the beginning. That's where it all begins. That's where all of these things will start expounding upon you. Again, but it's not for everybody. Deuteronomy 29:29. Here's an example of what I mean by that. The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Well, also because you have to think about history, past, present, future. The Bible repeats itself all the time, past, present, future. And if you cannot see the past, you cannot see where you're going. If you don't know where you come from. So now, with that particular thing, let's get into some actual history. So we see Lazarus, the rich man. We're getting an example of who this rich man is. We haven't let go of this rich man. Remember, he likes to expand himself. But again, Lazarus also means your own gente too. How many of our people sold out? You think that it was all because of them? No. Isaiah 28:14. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men, that ruled this people which is in Jerusalem, right? Talking about Hebrews or Israelites here. I'm talking to you guys here, the people of this book. Verse 15, because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we in agreement. When the overflowing scourges shall pass through, it shall not come unto us, rich man. For we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we have hid ourselves. See, our own. Dealing with them, saying, nah, I'm not gonna get caught, bro. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna give you one example of how this occurred. Now, again, this is history that a lot of us we didn't know all these things. You know what I mean? We didn't know. Hold on, let me bring this down. We didn't know this. Some of us did not. We had no clue, and we're not gonna get taught any of this here. So let me give you a little cartoon about our so-called leaders. I'll just say it for now. Our so-called leaders who made a covenant with death, meaning the other nations, meaning these thieves, who made an agreement and said, yeah, go ahead, man. I'm going to give you everything you want as long as you can let me have some of those crumbs, Mr. Rich Man. Let's go. Let me pause it right there so I can share with you this wonderful history. Again, past, present, future. The Most High will open up these secrets, sayings, understandings, connections, parables, the correlation of things, why it happens. So we see this picture of this woman, correct? And you see this right here, this demon with his fangs. He sold his people out, right? This represents our gente, the red, the white, and the green. Okay, so now this is from a book called The Harvest of an Empire. Okay, Harvest of an Empire, and I believe this is on page 42. Watch what it says here. This is very interesting. It says, the American land, and it goes, as historian Francis Jennings has noted, the American land was more like a widow than a virgin. Europeans did not find a wilderness here. Rather, however, involuntarily, they made one. So America, the American land, meaning us, because America is not them. Let's not get that confused. The American land was more like a widow than a virgin. So what do we see here? They sell our people out. And here's the interpretation of the weeping woman. Remember the weeping woman? Let's go. And the propaganda behind the push, again, this is about selling yourself out, right? What did we read? We have made a covenant with death because ye have said, Isaiah 28:15, Telemundo, Univision, hey, do not tell people the truth. I will pay you money. Just promote what we want you to promote. I'm going to tell you this, family. In Mexico, all you could see was, for a long time, novelas, soccer, and the news, and movies every now and then. That's it. There was no Discovery. There was no Learning Channel. There was maybe cartoons every now and then, here and there in the morning. Oh yeah, and Chavo del Ocho and those shows, right? But that's it. They limited the amount of information that was provided to our people for a long time. We made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement with Edom. The agreement of the propaganda. These elitists, the powerful people that had said, I'm going to rape and rob our gente. When the overflowing scourges shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. For we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we have hid ourselves, meaning America. Because the truth is coming out about how much destruction they've done. Let's go.
Los diputados, padres federales, los senadores.
See, family, told you. I'm telling you right now. What does that say? We have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. What just walked by? Hell. perfect example to understand their falsehood. And that we have leaders that are also rich men who feed off the crumbs of the rich men. And these are the dogs that encompass us and lick our sores. Here's a novela, here's soccer, here's a cheve, here's a caguama, güey. Don't worry about it, Holmes. No te preocupes, güey. Tenemos micheladas, there's going to be a party, quinceañera, you know what I'm saying? Hay unas parrandeadas, and that's all we need, bro. It's all good. No, man. You guys don't understand how deep this rabbit hole has been. Look, and now for the first time, we're actually getting these things being told to us in front of in front of us, and like nationally and internationally, and a lot of us don't give a shit though. But at least it's here for those that want to hear, right? Remember, I read earlier. Let's go to it real quick, man, because I started with that one. So let's continue. Sirach 33:17. It says, "Consider that I labor not for myself only, but for all them that seek learning." So let's continue learning. Lord willing, it's edifying so far. Let me speed it up. Okay, let's go. Let's go to here, right here. All right. AMLO, the ex-president, he just stepped out this year. Or stepped down. Well, you know what I mean. Chambao took over because she won. So now, look what he talks about. Look what he says. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me put translation in English because he's speaking in Espanol. For you that watch that may not speak Spanish, check it out. Look what he says. Keep in mind of what we're talking about here. Don't lose sight of the class. When the border crossed us, and a lifetime and legacy of hate. I'm showing you some history. I'm going to give you more history. Let's go.
Antes, repito, aunque parezca disco rayado, estábamos en estado de indefensión. Los que controlaban los medios formaban la opinión pública. Acuérdense de la historia, lo que siempre cuento, de cómo los conservadores, después de la tragedia, después de que Santana entrega más de la mitad del territorio, después de ese gran zarpazo, se tiene que ir al extranjero, al exilio. Imagínense la tristeza del pueblo de México, la desolación, perder la mitad de nuestro territorio. Y todavía los conservadores deciden ir a buscarlo para que regrese. Y le escribe el ideólogo del conservadurismo, Lucas Alamán, una carta y le dice: no se preocupe, venga, nosotros manejamos la opinión general, porque tenemos el control de los principales periódicos de la capital y de los estados. Nosotros manejamos la opinión general, nosotros manejamos la opinión pública.
How they managed the propagandizing, the mentality, the way that our people thought, or what our people saw or learned or knew about ourselves. Let's continue.
A través de los medios. Estamos hablando de 1852. Aproximadamente 51, 52. Y ahí viene de regreso Santana a terminar de destruir al país, porque todavía vendió otro pedazo del territorio nacional y derrochó el dinero y se volvió en Alteza Serenísima, 11 veces presidente de México. Pero a lo que voy es el papel que tenía la prensa. Mucho antes de que Hitler con Goebbels acuñaran la frase de que una mentira que se repite muchas veces puede convertirse en verdad.
Isn't that the truth? You say it enough times, it becomes true. You say it enough times, it becomes true. So once again, who are these rich men? Habakkuk 2:6, it says, shall not all these take up a parable against him? He spoke about parables. Understanding. How do I prove that these people are who I'm talking about? I'll give you examples. I show connections in historical books in regards to who these people are. And they taunting proverb against him and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his, how long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay, as in, nothing will happen to me. The robbery. Do you think that the Most High is going to just blink, like, blink at that? Like, it's all good. You're my chosen? Do you guys really believe that? Christmas Christians, you guys really believe you're the chosen? Because I think people don't know that the way that this particular this land, sincerely, if you're saying you're Christians and you're about truth, well, you need to learn some truth about your history. That you guys are the real invaders, the original wetbags, the real murderers, thieves, liars, convicted felons. Till this day, you have broken the law. You are here illegally.
Arrebataron más de la mitad de nuestro territorio. Fue un gran zarpazo en la guerra de intervención de 1847-48. Llegaron hasta acá, arrebataron más de la mitad de nuestro territorio.
Estoy de acuerdo en pagar el muro que Trump propone, pero nos regresa a Nuevo México, Arizona, Texas, California, parte de Utah, parte de Colorado. En el momento que saqué hizo un... Estoy de acuerdo en pagar el muro que Trump propone, pero nos regresa a Nuevo México, Arizona, Texas,
Lo dijo
California.
claramente el presidente de ese país. A nosotros nos robó Estados Unidos 60% del territorio en una guerra ilegal, inmoral.
А что, разве у Мексики и у США не было никогда территориальных вопросов? А Калифорния кому принадлежала раньше? А Техас? Забыли, что ли?
¿Permitiría a Estados Unidos que hubiera armas soviéticas en cualquier punto del territorio nacional, por lejano que estuviera de Estados Unidos? No nos lo permitiría, nos invadiría de inmediato, como la derecha pretende, promueve, aplaude frente a cada declaración injerencista del gobierno de Estados Unidos en contra nuestra. Se les olvida que son representantes de los Estados Unidos mexicanos y no de los Estados Unidos a secas.
Another example of those that make a covenant with death, meaning the enemy, only for a buck. Only for a buck. And you know what? That's not uncommon. Look, I'll show you. It happened here too. The sickness of leadership. John 11:47 says this. It says, then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we do? For this man doeth many miracles. If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him, and the Romans shall come and take away both our place and the nation. So for you idiots that claimed the Jews killed the Mr. Jesus, and then that's why you opened the door for everyone. No, dumbasses. It was the heads who destroyed him because they didn't want to lose power. They made a covenant with death, and they thought that the Romans would protect them. Just the same way that you guys have. Donald Trump's going to protect me. El gringuito me va a proteger. You made a covenant with death, man. You dropped that ballot in. You called yourself what you are. I'm glad you're going to feel what you're going to see. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Did I mean to put that down? Give me a second. Let me look for something here. Hold on. Yeah, it was this one. My bad. Ezekiel 34:10. Thus say the Lord God, behold, I am against these shepherds, and I will require my flock at their hand, and cause them to cease from feeding the flock. Neither shall the shepherds feed themselves anymore. For I will deliver my flock from their mouth, that they may not be meat for them. So this is technically an example, a perfect example. Verse 1, and the word of the Lord said, and the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy against the shepherd of Israel, prophesy and say unto them, Thus say the Lord God unto the shepherd, Woe be to the shepherds of Israel that do feed themselves. Should not the shepherds feed the flock? Are you going to sell out on your own people? Ye eat the fat, and ye clothe ye with wool. Ye kill them that are fed, but ye feed not the flock. So you just porque quieres quedar bien con la gente, you're willing to sell yourself out for the devil to let down your people. I'll give you one example right now on how this young man's still going through it. I'll give you an example. Here he goes.
Council members, Vendita.
Own gente sold out over certain people. Let's go.
City council meeting.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you start reading public comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We received two public comment cards. First speaker, if we can have Mr. Edin Enamorado to the microphone, and he will be followed by Ms. Daniela Martinez.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm here to tell the City Council that we are not afraid of you. Not one bit. What you did at the last City Council meeting that we were here, not only was it unconstitutional, but it was inhumane. I was arrested for going to the restroom. Marilyn, I'm not a fucking Trump supporter. City Council. It's sad that you're doing this to your own raza. We have fruit cart vendors that have all their permits getting their shit confiscated. We have a lunch truck on Florence that has all their permits, and you're painting the curb red. Wherever Rocio posts her lunch truck, you're painting the curb red all over Florence. And then you confiscated her van for 30 days with meat inside of it. When she picked it up, it was full of worms. It was disgusting. I should have had every single one of you clean it out. And then, after what happened at the last City Council meeting, you started raiding people's homes for no reason. Alleging that what? You received an email? It didn't come from any of us? Why, you're mad because we protested outside your house? We are exercising our First Amendment right. And maybe to the extent that you might not like. But I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. This is our rights and you're violating them. You are waking people up at 4, 3 in the morning, raiding their homes because we came to a City Council meeting and because we protested outside your house and you couldn't find shit. Right now you have one protester who you were trying to prosecute for criminal threats. You know what he's facing now? Foul language in the public space. How ridiculous. The Huntington Park is acting like fascists or dictators. Yes. And going back to my arrest, it was just laughable. It's laughable that you arrested me for just getting up and using the restroom. Especially after we had your back. Here, you guys all might talk and saying that we're too aggressive, but just wait for the next presidential election when you have fucking Proud Boys here coming over and taking over your City Council meeting, because the last time around, you asked for our help. We had your back. And what you're doing not only is a betrayal, but you're betraying your own raza. This is Huntington Park. Huntington Park, which is in the 40th Congressional District, which is the most Mexican district in the whole fucking country, and you're shutting down street vendors that even have their permits. You're shutting down lunch trucks that have their permits, painting their curb red. How ridiculous is that? I have no words to say. You're the only city that's doing this. Go to Cudahy. We allow vendors to sell. Why? Because we understand that the retail food code is in the gray area right now. It's in the gray area. You know Senate Bill 972 just passed. You know Senate Bill 946 passed in 2018 decriminalizing street vending. Why are you letting these restaurant owners or these property owners puppeteer you? Why? Because they're going to fund your next campaign? Is that why? Because you're scared to lose? You're scared to have this seat and this power trip that you're on? Is that what it is? Stop being vendidos and stop betraying your raza. Seriously. And one last thing, like I said, we're not afraid of you. That's why we're back. You can raid my house. You can arrest me again. I don't give a fuck.
Thank you, Mr. Enamorado. Your time is up.
So we got those rich men too. We have them. They feed themselves. They feed themselves. Past, present, future has not changed. That's a sad situation with that man. And you want to know what's so funny? You guys go and arrest vendors that are working their ass off, but yet you don't want to arrest Morenos, so-called African American, so-called, right? Because you think it's racist. They're going into stores stealing, like literally, but yet you don't want to say shit about that because CNN, you know what I mean? That's offensive. But you rather arrest a vendor that's working to survive. Yeah, they persecuted him. The same thing that he said that they did to the other guy, they did. And you know what's so funny? He said, wait till the president, if he wins, Proud Boys are gonna go in there and start doing some shit. Well, guess what? He's probably right. So now I'm only going to touch a little bit on this here. I'm going to show you for like maybe a minute so you guys can get a little history. Once again, we got to go going on, and then we'll be done. All right, listen to this real quick. I'm going to speed it up. I don't want to get stopped like the other night. And anyways, we're just going to go about a minute here just to get an idea of what's going on. Let's go.
This continent has some of the most dramatic landscapes on the planet, from the ocean shorelines to the alpine mountains and the sandy deserts. And also in this landmass from coast to coast and everywhere in between, there lived hundreds, if not thousands of different nations, tribes of people whose land this was. This was their home. But then others showed up to these shorelines in their boats. And that is when everything changed. In the spring of 1803, two American politicians visiting Paris closed the sweetest real estate deal they had ever seen, with the simple stroke.
All right, so that's one example. Okay, just trying to give you guys an idea here, and then we're gonna go into this other one too, because it's just kind of it's giving you guys back when, but with different angles. Okay, and I kind of like this because I want you to focus on the years. The years. We're gonna study the years. Okay, let's go.
The British Empire was colonizing all of this land. They drew a line. The line went right along this little mountain range, and it was meant as a boundary. Back in London, they were saying that no English settler was allowed to settle west of this line. The British Empire did this because they were worried that if settlers started to expand into the west, they would bring the British Empire into a war with native populations. They also didn't want to unnecessarily piss off France, who also had land in the west. So they told their settlers to settle, but not past this line. And then the settlers completely ignored it. These settlers would eventually declare independence from Britain and start their own country. And from there, the floodgates were open for westward expansion.
A frontier people had remade a continent. Virtually all productive land had been put to the plow. A free and independent way of life prevailed.
This
How the U.S. stole Mexico.
westward blitz was made possible through the mass slaughter of people who were living on this land, which this little time-lapse ignores. How that all went down.
Pay attention to the timeline. I want you to pay attention to the timeline. Check this out. This is important, okay? Timeline's key, family. Timeline's
Who had remade a continent.
1830, let's go.
Virtually all productive land had been put to the plow. A free and independent way of life prevailed.
This westward blitz was made possible through the mass slaughter of people who were living on this land, which this little time-lapse ignores. How that all went down will be the subject of another video. But right now, I want to talk about what happened when the U.S. got here.
And the U.S. got there.
It's the mid-1800s, and the U.S. has 27 states and a bunch of territories.
Boom. He's talking about this territory here, right? That's part of the point. That's part of the point. And watch. Let me show you something. It's part of the point. Again, I don't want to go. Well, a matter of fact, I'll keep them here. I'll keep both of them here because I may come back to them in a little bit. My bad. Here, right here.
I want to talk about what happened when the U.S. got here.
Hey, pause, bro. Shush it. Okay, so now, with that considered, let me give you some videos. I mean, some pages here. Okay, we're gonna go into. We got. Let's go to first. Let's go here. 12, 13, 15. All right. Okay. Actually, we read 15 already. So we're going to go to 7. Okay. This is from Occupied America, 3rd edition, page 7. Okay. Matter of fact, let me start. Let's see if I have this one over here. Give me a second. All right. Give me a second. Let me see. 42. We read that. 43. Okay. Here goes. We're going to read verse 43. I'm sorry, verse 43, page 44. And then page 45. Okay. All right. So now that I have them in line, let me read page 7 first on Occupied America. It says here, I'm only going to read the highlighted parts. It says here, many settlers consider the native Mexicans to be the intruders in the dispute with Mexicans and Indians, as well as with Anglo-American settlers. Hayden Edwards arbitrarily attempted to evict settlers from the land before the conflicting claims to be sorted out by Mexican authorities. As a result, Mexican authorities nullified his settlement contracts and ordered him to leave territory. Edward and his followers seized the town of Nacogdoches, and on December 25th, 1826, remember, proclaimed the Republic of Fredonia. Mexican officials, supported by some Anglo-Americans, such as Steve Austin, suffocated the Edward revolt. However, many U.S. newspapers played up the rebellion as 200 men against a nation. You see this? Y'all love to boast about your bullshit and describe Edwards as his followers as the apostles of democracy crushed by an alien civilization. You see this? Who invaded who? Bro, Texas is not even your land and you're calling us aliens. This is exactly the stupidity of the Anglo. Yeah, y'all are dumb. When Mexican authorities refused the offer, the U.S. launched an aggressive foreign policy, meaning what? They wanted to buy Texas for $1 million. Okay? Check this out. Mexico could not consolidate its control over Texas. The number of Anglo-American settlers and the vastness of the territory made it impossible to task. Anglo-Americans had already created a privileged caste, which depended a great part on the economic advantages given to them by their slaves. You see this? We had abolished this shit already. But again, and when we hear the Anglo for now, we'll consider him the white man, but it wasn't just white people, family. It wasn't just white people that are doing this. When Mexico abolished slavery in September 1529, and Euro-Americans circumvented the law by freeing their slaves and freeing en colmillas or quote unquote, and then signing them to lifelong contracts as indentured servants. See, the white man resented the Mexican order and considered it an infringement on their personal liberties. Really? You are in our land. This is why you guys got to get kicked out of Mexico. And trust and believe that if they start sending us back there, I'll be the first one to kick y'all out. I'll be the first ones. And I'm going to get rid of the old ones first. So some of you old people, you better start running and packing right now because I'm coming down there. In 1830, Mexico prohibited further Anglo-American immigration. Prohibited. Why? Because they were still enslaving people. You see, the white and black way in America in this time was to enslave people. It wasn't just the white man family. Anglo colonists refused to pay customs and actively supported smuggling activities. So who are the real smugglers? When you don't know your own history, you will let these idiots talk over you and actually make you believe that you are submissive than them. And when you look back and reflect, they're just a bunch of cockroaches hanging on to a made-up fucking history that never happened. Houston's motivation was to bring Texas into the U.S. Now, keep in mind that these maneuvers, these things that occurred, right? These actions that took place, like we can go by these books and then read and learn and kind of like, okay, yeah, it says this and that, but you know what I mean? Our people also contributed to it. Well, yes and no. Because I made this video, okay? And I'm not going to play it after this. This is only this class. But I did do this class probably close to maybe 10 months ago, okay? and it was talking about who was involved in the sale of these lands, right? The class is called, and I don't remember it, to be honest with you. I'm looking for it right now. Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. I thought it was that one. Give me a second. The scam. Oh, here it goes right here. I think it's this one. This is definitely one of them. Yeah, the scam of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Claro que vienes de ahí. In this one, I go into some examples. Actually, you know what? That's not the one that I think I did a more informative one. Let me see it real quick. Just give me a second, fam. Let me see what it was. What was it called? It was a guy's name. What was his name? Samuel or Juan? Man, I've done so many classes. Be patient with me. I wanna present this to you guys. I don't want to forget about this because I think it'll help you go back into. Was it taken off? Nah, are you serious? Bro, they took the class off? Holy shit. Did they remove this class? Nah, I don't believe they removed this class. There's no way they couldn't remove this class, dude. Like, I don't think they had anything in it. This is nuts, family. I guess I'm gonna have to go back to this because it's not here. I did a class on this topic, and it was called. It was regarding the Freemasons were involved in the sale of the lands as well. Okay, and I showed proof, material, actual documentation, how they were making decisions and behind closed doors. Here, right here, that's it. This is it right here. This is it. It's up here. So I did this class because I got into some material. I'm not gonna play it, but I would invite you to come watch this one here. The root of the Mexican War in 1848. Okay, so it's 2.5 hours long. I would highly suggest skip some sections or speed up to certain areas, but this is where the meat is right here. Starts around right here, goes the way through, or right around here. When I start talking about it, around here, the middle section. Okay, and I get into who was involved in the sales and how they make maneuvers and stuff like that. So again, the rest of the class is informative too, but where you're going to get most of the information, it's going to be like between the 1 hour to about the 1:45 hour. Okay, but yeah, 1:45. That's like kind of about 35 minutes out of it is basically talking about this point, the book. Okay, so I don't want you to miss that because I think it's important. Okay. Now, that said, Anglo colonists refused to pay customs and actively supported smuggling activities. When the war party rioted in Anahuac in December 1831, it had the popular support of Anglos. One of its leaders was Sam Houston, who was a known prodigy of Andrew Jackson, now president of the United States. Houston's motivation was to bring Texas into the U.S., basically. What was their rationale? This is on page 13, I believe. Yes. The rationale was what? Manifest Destiny had its roots in Puritan ideas, which continue to influence Anglo-American thought to this day. According to the Puritan ethic, salvation is determined by God. The establishment of the city of God on earth is not only the duty of those chosen people, predestined for salvation, but is also the proof of their state of grace, really. You see, family, you see the wickedness of these people, the nerve of them to actually stay behind and claim to be the God's chosen. The God's chosen, so they say. Believe that God had made them custodians of the democracy and that they had a mission. That is, that they were predestined to spread its principles. Which ones? As a young nation survived in its infancy, established its power in defeat of the British in the War of 1812, expanded westward, by the way, this is a good date to touch on, expanded westward and enjoyed both commercial and industrial success. Its sense of mission heightened. Many citizens believed that God had destined them to own and occupy all the land from ocean to ocean and pole to pole. Their mission, their destiny made manifest, was to spread the principle of democracy and Christianity, celebrating Christmas, right? And then, priests having, relations with certain little people that they shouldn't, to the unfortunates of the hemispheres by dismissing the war simply as part of the era of the manifest destiny, the apologists for the war, ignorance of the consequence of doctrine. Basically what Christians love to do. What Christians love to do. You see what I mean? So that's page 13. Now let's go to page 12. The invasion of Mexico. In the mid-1840s, Mexico was again the target. Expansion and capitalist development moved together. Remember the Christians, right? These God-fearing people. Capitalist expansion. The two Mexican wars gave U.S. commerce, industry, mining, agriculture, and stock raising a tremendous stimulus. The truth is that by 1840, the Pacific coast belonged to the commercial empire that the United States had already building in that ocean. Was already building in that ocean. The U.S. population of 17 million people of European extraction, 3 million slaves, was considerably larger than Mexico's 7 million, of which 4 million were Indian, 3 million mestizo, and European. The U.S. acted arrogantly in foreign affairs, partly because its citizens believed their own cultural and racial superiority. Yep, children of God, huh? Mexico was plagued with financial problems, internal ethnic conflicts, and poor leadership. General anarchy within the nation conspired against its cohesive development, meaning get in the way, create obstacles, make snares, make sure they don't progress. Why? Because we want that land. This is basically this whole book, this whole page here talks about the land that they wanted. 150 miles, 1 million acres, family. Christians think they're going to get away with this history. They're not going to get away with it. Harvest of an Empire, right? We're going to go to page... matter of fact, let's go to page 30. Yeah, let's go to this one. Page 43. The Harvest of Empire. What is Manifest Destiny? Well, it says on page 43, proponents of Manifest Destiny saw Latin Americans as inferior in cultural makeup and the merit of democratic institutions. Our country's Calvinist beliefs reinforce their territorial ambition perfectly. Calvinists, Protestants, Christians, Catholics, you see what I'm saying? All the same, fake Jews, all that shit. Our country's Calvinist belief reinforce those hold on a second, family. Who's this city right here? Yeah, that's basically human history. All right, so what you got to say, Mr. Realms? Mr. White Jesus Lover? Mr. Pedophile? What are you here to show? Are you Anglo-Saxon? Is that what you're offended by? You like to worship Jesus at night with your pink underwears? Is that what you do? Are you going to come here and try to illuminate us with your illuminated mindset of Anglo-ishness? Oh, I see. So now you're quiet. Fucking idiots. Anyways, let's go. It says in newspapers, I'm sorry, hold on a second. It says Americans could point to the nation's prosperity, to its amazing new networks of canals, steamboats, and railroads as proof of their God-given destiny to conquer the frontier. Good old Christians, right? Supposedly the ones that claim John 3:16, that God loves everybody, but they came with a sword. Even though they claimed the laws were done away with, that the Messiah showed love to them. But here they come with the sword. Did the Messiah teach you guys to be this way with a sword, or what's the deal? Hey, look, you see what I mean? Like, check it out. See, the spirit really, look, there you go, right here. See, I love this shit. See, fucking Redskin. I love you, racist bastards, bro. You just proved my point. You make my job easy. You see, this is how stupid you are. This is how dumb you are. You don't know this channel. So before, let me educate you with the Bible, because I think you believe you're a Christian. So since you Christians think you read the Bible, let me show you how you don't know the Bible, okay? It says here, Sirach 11:7, blame not before thou has examined the truth. Understand first, then rebuke. So before you go assume something, anchor baby, okay? Before you go assume something, who says I'm talking about, what do you talk about Israel? Who is Israel? Who is Israel to you? You mean the other fake chosen people? Like the ones that you claim to be too? The chosers? Are you the chosen too? Because you guys believe you're the chosen. They believe they're the chosen. What the fuck are you talking about? You're no different than them. And those people are not different than you. The so-called Israelis are just white like you, Mr. White Man. And I'm proud to be a redskin. You damn right. Nothing more beautiful than that. Because I can make all kinds of beautiful babies. Y'all can't. You just make pale ass skin. And then you can see your blood veins running through. And the sun burns you when you want to enjoy it. So who belongs here? Blame thou not before thou has examined the truth. This is not a channel about that right there. You're in the wrong channel for that. So why don't you sit back and learn? Maybe you'll learn a little bit about your Caucasian race. To the Caucasian race, I'm sorry, it says, let me go back to this. Let's see. So these guys basically said who propounded the superiority of white Europeans over Indians, blacks, and Mexicans. The Caucasian race is the world indebted for all the great and important discoveries, bullshit, inventions, yeah, right, and improvements that have been made in science and art. Give me a fucking shit. You guys came here not knowing how to shower, how to brush your teeth. Till this very day, Europeans, you guys don't even fucking scrub your ass. You guys don't even use toilet paper. The majority of you guys leave your underwear is all full of shit. Your own women talk about that. I know that hurts your feelings, but those are facts. And matter of fact, the first time you guys landed here in the British in the 1600s, you guys couldn't make it. You started eating your own people. You were actually digging your own people and cooking yourselves. Shit, you one of those people that undug his own wife and started eating her private parts. Yeah, that's you guys. That's you guys right there. You cannibals. You barbarians. You don't know your own history, Mr. Caucasian. I think it's time that you indebt yourself into your own history so then you can stop walking on this superiority concept or complex, because the end for you is today. Whatever in history of the world, the inferior races have been conquered and mixed, and the Caucasian, the latter, have sunk into barbarism. You want to know something? I'm going to show you guys something real quick. And this is the thing about white folks. They hate to know that without the Moreno, they couldn't do shit. Those are facts. The so-called African American helped the white man conquer these lands too, but that's something the white man don't want to accept because they're afraid of them. You guys are afraid of them. That's just the way you guys deal with them. You're a weaker nation by spirit. It's just sad that you think in flesh too much of yourself. You see, again, the whole point of this class is to prove this point here. And once again, we get an example of the spirit. When the border crossed us, a lifetime and legacy of hate. What did he say? What did he say to me before brother called him an anchor baby? Right? Which is fair. It's fair. Spade is spade. A fucking redskin, right? Lifetime and legacy of hate. That's called pain. It's called pain. Hey, look. That's what you think. Natives are killing each other over lands. Really? That's all you can say? That's it? That's your little emotional, like, effeminate laugh? What are you, 12? I can tell you don't read. Natives were killing each other over lands. What are you talking about, man? Europeans were raping each other left and right. What happened to you guys in the Black Plague? What happened to Europe? You guys didn't even have an actual functioning plumbing system. What are you talking about? Who in reality is a beast of the field? You guys had no plumbing system. You were shitting in your streets. You drank your own shit. What are you talking about? You're saying we were killing each other. You guys were killing each other too. Who got expelled from over there? The only reason you guys came over here was because you guys were dying over there. There was no resources. And like I said, when you came here the first time, which I showed it in the class in the 1600s, Jamestown, a little bit up north of Jamestown, a lot of you guys got here. You thought you're going to make it. You're too lazy. You thought the Indians were going to take care of you. And then what ended up happening? You started eating yourselves. You are the real cannibalists. So technically, we helped you guys out. Hey, look. You have no argument. You're so emotional. Medieval Europe was developed. Really? When? Due to our knowledge. And by the way, you haven't developed, man. You guys still don't know how to wash your asses. You guys don't even shower. You guys shower maybe once a month. This is what I hear about you guys. And your women always complain about you men that you don't wash your ass or wipe your ass. You don't use toilet paper. You guys just get up and go. That's what you guys were doing. But again, let me get to my point. Also included in the 1848 treaty was the crucial 150-mile wide Nueces Strip between the Rio Grande and Nueces River. The U.S. negotiators demanded its inclusion as part of Texas despite the fact that Spain, and later Mexico, considered the strip part of Coahuila province because it was a tribe there. The Nueces, which is equal in size to the present Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Jersey combined, was specially important because it included fertile lower Rio Grande valleys, and because the plains north of the valley were teeming with wild horses and cattle. The herds introduced by Spanish settlers in 1700 numbered more than 3 million heads by 1830. Securing control of those herds and of the original Spanish land grants in the region soon produced vast fortunes for early Anglo settlers like Charles Tillman, Richard King, and Mifflin Kennedy. Richard King, which, by the way, is the reason why you have the what's that called? The Ranch King or King Ranch, where all the murderous stuff happened. It's all connected. It's all making sense. The only reason they have the upper hand is through deception. Never by strength. It's always through deception. Never by strength. Now, they'll feel superior if they have a gun on you, but hand-to-hand combat, nation against nation, y'all don't have no chance whatsoever. If you would then call the so-called black man to help you, because that's what you Caucasians love to do. You can't do nothing without them, and I'm going to show you, because they helped you. They helped you take Texas. You feel so proud. It wasn't just white people. Here, look. We came to America, and look at us now. We developed. Who is this we? Wait, what did you develop? What did you develop? We developed the land we conquered, considering Redskins couldn't get organized. Really? Do you even know what occurred here? You have no idea of the civilization that we had. So this is why you are what we call a right-wing idiot. Go back to your mommy and tell her to wash your underwears. Go celebrate your Christmas religion. We don't need your stupidity here. Or if you want to stick around and learn. Maybe you'll realize how insignificant you guys really are, and how deceitful your nation is. And the only reason you got ahead was by deception. You said that, we came and developed what? You mean developed by thievery? The only way you even know about medicinal shit is because you got it from here. The only way you know about actual plumbing and all of these measurements was because you got it from here. Mr. White Man, you were not very bright. When the Europeans conquered your ass up in Europe in the 7-Eleven, you guys were in decimate state of mind. Everything that you've learned, you have not developed yourself. You got it by people of skin tone, not by you. Let's continue. Page 45. I'm making a point of this because I'm going to show you something really, 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 really interesting. Texas, however, was not the richest prize of the war with Mexico. California was. From the early 1800s, New England sea captain who reached the Pacific sent back glowing reports of the far-off Spanish colony. Within a year, California non-Indian population rocketed to 20,000, from 20,000 to 100,000, overwhelming the original Mexican inhabitants, who numbered only about 13,000 in the territory, several 100,000 Indians. So we also see the conquistadors trying to migrate to the west. So with that considered, let's talk about this for a moment, because a lot of you guys don't know what this. And And I thought it was an excellent point to bring up now, especially with these, with these indentured servants. These are these slaves that are walking around speaking, without authority. You guys can enjoy your space right now. Again, this is the perfect class in regards to Lazarus and the rich man. You see, right now, I'll give you an example. The realm thinks he's a rich man. We develop. We got power. Yeah. You guys ain't shit. Cool. Sounds good. It brings my point. Lazarus, the rich man, so proud, so dignified, as if he did anything. He probably receives welfare on disability. And his wife probably left his ass. And his kids have no respect for him. Let's listen to this.
Thing is that there are points that need to be, things that need to be done. And a lot of that has to do with land back for Native Americans, sovereignty, and honoring, because they didn't honor the treaties that they had with our people to begin with after the Mexican-American War. They stole a lot of land. I did a video, and I don't know if you've seen it, on the King Ranch, and the King Ranch 4th edition. And the King Ranch is the biggest ranch in the United States and one of the biggest ranches in the world. This ranch is made up of primarily stolen land that was stolen from Mexicans after the Mexican-American War because the United States did not honor that treaty.
Once again, when people like this idiot here speak without knowing, you see, you guys deceived everything. You don't have anything with honor. You didn't gain anything by honor, by sincere hard work. No, not at all. You stole, you robbed, and you raped your way through it. If you think that's credit, you want to get respect for being an animal, you're in the wrong channel. You're in the wrong channel for that. Go run to your Proud Boys. Tell them I'm here. They're invited to debate me any day. Let's go.
All right. What's up next on Refusing to Forget site? This.
Prominent politicians proposed putting all of those of Mexican descent into concentration camps and killing any who refused. For a decade, people would come across skeletons in the South Texas brush, marked with execution-style bullet holes in the back of their skulls.
In the book written by Refusing to Forget co-founder,
Style.
Let me read that. I thought he was going to read it. From far being surreptitious. Sorry, first time I really read that word in a while. The violence was welcomed, celebrated, and even instigated at the highest level of society and government. As thousands fled to Mexico and decapitated bodies floated down the Rio Grande, one Texas paper spoke of a serious surplus population that needs eliminating. Is that what you're talking about, Realm? Your so-called development? This is your whole little superiority and shit. What was it that you said earlier, supposedly that we were killing each other? How stupid do you feel now? These are murderers, family. That's what I'm telling you. Who are the real terrorists? Prominent politicians propose putting all those Mexica descent into concentration camps. Past, present, future. Past, present, future. And killing any who refused. What are they talking about? Rounding up people and putting them in concentration camps. Isn't there land in Texas right now available, 1,400 square feet, that they're preparing for concentration camps? For a decade, people would come across skeletons in the South Texas brush, marked with execution-style bullet holes in the backs of their skulls. That's the nation that you're proud of, Realm. You continue to be as white as you want to be. Go ahead, Mr. Rich Man. Boast about how rich you are. Boast about all the land and rape and robbery and murder that your people have done. Go ahead, Mr. Rich Man, because you're proving my class. Again, a lifetime and legacy of hate. When you created a border that crossed us. We never invited you here in the first place. If you were so great, why didn't you develop Europe? If you were so great of a nation, why didn't you stay in Europe and develop your nation? Because you guys weren't doing shit over there. And only until the 1800s were you able to develop a plumbing system. What are you talking about? And what the hell did you contribute? Let's continue. I'm having fun with his ass.
In the back of their skulls.
In the book written by Refusing to Forget co-founder Dr. Ben Johnson, we find the source of this story, a newspaper article about the border troubles, concentration camps, and Robert Kleberg. Robert J. Kleberg was not a prominent politician, nor was he any kind of politician. He was the manager of the King Ranch. It would be the next generation of Klebergs who entered politics. So we'll forgive Dr. Johnson that error. Now, as for Kleberg's proposed concentration camps, here's that. In an article written by a reporter for the St. Louis Dispatch, I want you to remember that, published in the Brownsville Herald, Kleberg is quoted as saying that Mexicans who couldn't account for their presence on the border should be moved temporarily to camps where they'd be put to work clearing brush along the banks of the Rio Grande, where bandits often secreted themselves, coming and going to raids. Once order was restored to the border, they would be set at their liberty. At no point is Kleberg quoted as saying that those who refuse should be killed, as Refusing to Forget claim. So, not on their website, but worthy of note, in Dr. Johnson's book on this time period, he claims Kleberg...
Let me read that. Kleberg felt that such a plan would also protect Tejanos from arbitrary violence. One injustice which is done to a Mexican, he stated, is to assume that guilt runs in consanguinity. When a certain man who is discovered to have taken part in a bandit's raid is captured or killed in such a raid, his brothers, half-brothers, and brother-in-law are assumed to be guilty and are immediately arrested or killed. Now, who is Kleberg or Kleberg? We're going to run into his name right now. But let's continue with this vein.
The Texas Rangers have long been romanticized as frontier guardians. There is a grim undertone to their history and legacy since their inception in 1823. Founded by Stephen Austin, the Texas Rangers were no strangers to violence, often dealing it out with no regard for human life. They were known to have persecuted Native Americans and Mexicans with an unsettling level of impunity. Their involvement with the enforcement of slavery and the constant pursuit of runaway slaves further tarnishes their legacy. The Texas
Anger changed? Has that anger at all changed? With their aggressiveness, like he said? Did you contribute? Let's continue. I'm having fun with his ass.
In the back of their skulls.
In the book written by Refusing to Forget co-founder Dr. Ben Johnson, we find the source of this story, a newspaper article about the border troubles, concentration camps, and Robert Kleberg. Robert J. Kleberg was not a prominent politician, nor was he any kind of politician. He was the manager of the King Ranch. It would be the next generation of Klebergs who entered politics. So we'll forgive Dr. Johnson that error. Now, as for Kleberg's proposed concentration camps, here's that. In an article written by a reporter for the St. Louis Dispatch, I want you to remember that, published in the Brownsville Herald, Kleberg is quoted as saying that Mexicans who couldn't account for their presence on the border should be moved temporarily to camps where they'd be put to work clearing brush.
Hear that? You hear that? When did this happen? How much often do we have to show you guys? How much often do we have to literally like put it in a video until you start believing? Until you start getting out of these fucking rooms of Christianity and assuming that you're just like, another person in there. I don't understand that. There's a reason why our people have been going through this shit for quite a long time. It keeps going in like over and over and over and over Because it's not just Mexicans, bro. Like we are the like the front runner of the hate, but you all get it, man. Not just me. You know what I'm saying? We all look alike, but you know what I'm saying? They'd say fucking Mexicans. Yeah, you guys are Mexicans just like me. Even though you may say I'm not Mexican, but you sure as hell look like me. So they're coming after you too. And I was talking to a brother, man. I said, you know what, bro? This is a time where before we had no unity like that. Like shit wasn't happening to Native Americans, quote unquote, or Puerto Ricans or Cubans or Venezuelans or Nicaraguenses or what. Everybody was all like, "Yeah, Mexicans just getting deported," and all of a sudden now everybody's getting the fuck out here. And now there's some kind of understanding. And now you have to start wondering, like, who is actually going through that? No one else in the Bible is going through that but you indigenous brothers and sisters. That's a fact. Not necessarily white folks, not necessarily black folks either. You indigenous people are going through this. You need to start questioning what the hell that means. Let's continue.
Brush along the banks of the Rio Grande, where bandits often secreted themselves, coming and going to raids. Once order was restored to the border, they would be set at their liberty. At no point is Kleberg quoted as saying that those who refuse should be killed, as refusing to forget claim. So, not on their website, but worthy of note, in Dr. Johnson's book on this time period, he claims Kleberg.
Let me read that. Kleberg felt that such a plan would also protect Tejanos from arbitrary violence. One injustice which is done to a Mexican, he stated, is to assume that guilt runs in consanguinity. When a certain man who is discovered to have taken part in a bandit's raid is captured or killed in such a raid, his brothers, half-brothers, and brother-in-law are assumed to be guilty and are immediately arrested or killed. Now, who is Kleberg or Kleberg? We're going to run into his name right now. But let's continue with this vein.
The Texas Rangers have long been romanticized as frontier guardians. There is a grim undertone to their history and legacy since their inception in 1823. Founded by Stephen Austin, the Texas Rangers were no strangers to violence, often dealing it out with no regard for human life. They were known to have persecuted Native Americans and Mexicans with an unsettling level of impunity. Their involvement with the enforcement of slavery and the constant pursuit of runaway slaves further tarnishes their legacy. The Texas Rangers might be better seen as instruments of white supremacy. They led numerous massacres against Native American tribes, including the extermination of the CHRONICLES. They also completely destroyed Cherokee settlements in eastern Texas and led a genocidal campaign in removal of the Comanches from Texas territory. The Texas
Funny how Realm said, "Why when we were here, we would kill each other." Oh, I don't see you doing anything different. And it's funny because you guys still continue to kill each other. Your children are destroyed. Your young men are debauchery. Your women don't even want to be with men anymore. You are a destroyed nation of people. Why? Because of your pride and your perpetual wickedness and perpetual hatred for the real children of the Most High. That burns your spirit. It's okay. I hope it does, because you will never, ever have it like you had it before. You will never rule again. This is your last rodeo. Enjoy it.
Texas Rangers were the bad men. It's a century-old story passed on by word of mouth. Well, they just felt like they had the privilege. Melba Cootie spent her entire life on a mission to share her family's story, telling anyone who would listen. This is one of her last interviews with a news crew. My great-grandfather and my great-uncle came by to report some stolen horses. The Texas Rangers had been spending the night investing there, and they just came out in their Model T Ford and stuck their head out the window and shot him. Melba's family story and others like hers never made it to the pages of our school history books. Melba made sure to pass the story on to her daughter, Christine Melise.
Mataron 3 mexicanos, esos rinches de Laredo. Cuando
You know, my mother passed away in March, and now I feel like I'm the one that needs to start telling the story again. He was...
Christine Melise, the daughter of Melba, is stepping into her mother's shoes. She now carries the torch as the family historian, lighting the way for those who know nothing about South Texas' dark, brutal history, the years between 1910 and 1920, known as La Matanza, the massacre.
Back then, it was just you're a Mexican, you're on our lands, we're shooting you. You don't belong here, we don't want you here.
We're about to show you the graphic violence captured in historical images. It may be hard for some to see. It was the era of the Mexican Revolution. Racial violence along the Texas-Mexico border erupted, following tensions between new Anglo settlers and Mexican landowners. Hundreds, some believe thousands, of Mexicans and Mexican Americans were lynched and shot, all at the hands of vigilantes and law enforcement, specifically the Texas Rangers, who had been called in to protect the region from outsiders.
You see the whole lynching part? Okay, so now check this out. This is from the lynching of Mexicans in the Texas borderland. On page 33, it reads, Juan Crow in Texas. The segregation of ethnic Mexicans in Texas occurred as early as the late 19th century. Initially, segregation appeared in residential districts of Texas cities, which featured an African-American section of town, a Mexican quarter, and the remaining area for the white population. But late 19th century, for the Edomites, right? Ethnic Mexicans were encouraging segregation in public institutions such as schools, restaurants, and schools. Schools began following Jim Crow practices in most Texas cities by dividing into all Mexican, all black, and all white schools. By the early 20th century, Anglo businesses posted signs in such warnings, no Mexicans and dogs allowed. I'm sure Brown was probably the first one to post that shit on his wall. Anglo-Texans redoubled their efforts to segregate those seen as non-white. Mexican Americans in Texas were especially offended. Their determination to protest inclined them to emphasize the American, quote-unquote, dimensions of their identity rather than the Mexican, quote-unquote, dimension. You see, that's what happens, but then you go too far, and you just end up hating your own gente, and you vote for Donald Trump. That's what happens. They also emphasized that they were white by law. Thus, Anglos in Texas had no right to impose segregationist ordinance and practice upon them. Really? See what I mean? Lamentations. You're hoping for a nation that will not save you, to save you. Let's continue.
Some of the historical images show rangers posing with ropes tied to bodies.
They're buried here because this is where they were killed.
The Texas Rangers shot Jesus Bazan and Antonio Longoria on September 27, 1915, in this very spot. It's now their resting place on a rural South Texas road.
Back then, it was like a hush-hush. You know, you kill them, leave them dead, don't speak.
Hey, look, hey, he's still here. Look, he's still here. Yeah, it's self-hate. I'm pretty sure it's self-hate. A lot of you white people hate each other. You self-hate each other and shit. Don't you go and commit murder and suicide? What about the little white girl that just shot her school up? She hates herself. She killed a teacher and a so-called Hispanic person. I don't know if that's indigenous, but she had Hispanic last name. So then she killed herself. A week prior, the same thing. A white boy like you went into a school and shot a school. Who has real self-hate? Shit, you guys are dying of fentanyl overdose. Nobody forced you guys to do drugs. You could just say no. You tell black people to say no. You tell Hispanic people to say no. But you guys can't say no to each other? Oh, you're going to blame somebody else. That's how weak you guys are. You blame other people about all your problems instead of saying, we got a problem. No, it's they. They took my job. Oh, it's because of they that society is bad. Or because of they that we're dying of overdose. No, it's because you guys are just nasty ass fucking self-inflicted people. Talk about self-hate. You're a perfect example.
Speak of it, Because who wants to think that law enforcement just randomly shoots people and leaves them to die?
100 years ago, innocent Mexican Americans were labeled bandits. Being labeled a bandit made anyone a target.
San Antonio paper said, we're no longer going to report the killing of Mexicans because it's so common, it's not news anymore.
Trinidad Gonzalez has a deep connection to the tragedy of La Matanza. Los Rinches, as the Rangers would soon be called, killed his great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather in front of his grandmother.
She was actually a few yards away when they killed her husband and her father. She was lucky she was able to bury them.
Trinidad says hateful rhetoric is a precursor to actions that have continued in today's.
Hey, I bet you Realm enjoys this, huh? You enjoy this murder. I bet you love seeing people like our people being destroyed. You see, there you go. I tell you what, you want so-called Mexicans to hate themselves, right? But you want to know what I noticed about you, bro? You would be happy for this to happen. You would be happy for this to happen. Let's continue.
Texas. He saw the shooter shoot. The El Paso massacre in 2019 left 23 people dead and 26 injured. The 21-year-old shooter drove across the state, fueled by hate against Hispanics.
When you have rhetoric that dehumanizes a group of people, then it's very easy to take the next step towards the action of mistreating those people.
In an effort to prevent any other racist-fueled tragedies and never forget a key moment in their history, markers have been erected throughout South Texas, all thanks to an organization called Refusing to Forget. It was founded in 2014 by a group of professors who wanted to inform the public of the state-sanctioned anti-Mexican violence. Trinidad Gonzalez is a co-founder.
The Matanza marker, which is the one we thought would get rejected, was the first one actually accepted.
Overall, 4 markers sit across South Texas, documenting the turbulent time that has never been written about.
Hey, Trumpet Sword, go create your own channel and post some fucking dumbass scriptures and shit that people are never gonna read. You're like, you might as well just say read chapter this, read chapter that. You like put a lot of verses and it doesn't make any sense. Another Christmas Christian that wants to supposedly educate people with verses and snapshots of some shit. Revelation 13, 1 through 18, make sure you read that. Revelation 11 and 1 through 13, make sure you read that. Okay, so then what? What? Self-education? Is that what it is? What if the people don't know what the hell is Revelation even saying? God. Go read your John 3:16, man. You're making a joke of yourself.
Until Refusing to Forget was created. To this day, these days.
Here's a beautiful part, family. These damn Christmas Christians, they come over here, right, for some attention, and I'm playing a video about the shit that they do, and they want to bring the Bible. Oh, read this verse. Forget about the history. Forget they did that. Oh, everybody, we love each other. God loves everybody, but he's the first one to vote for Donald Trump to supposedly deport murderers, and they want to give us Bible, and we tell them who the murderer is, and they want to give us Bible. Bro, you guys are just a dumbass nation of people. Put the book down, bro. It don't belong to you.
Deadly attacks are still unknown to many, including myself. I never learned about this in school.
I grew up down here and they were not.
Associate Professor of History at UTRGV, George Diaz, says he didn't find out about this either until he was in grad school.
As a question I often ask my students, and I think it's because that story was purposely omitted from our textbooks.
Diaz says he became a historian and author because he was curious about the history of his hometown. He was unsatisfied with the stories he was told in school.
A lot of the histories of this area have not been written, and it's not until someone starts asking questions and starts composing those narratives that we have books about it.
Members of Refusing to Forget are doing just that. Some have written books, scholarly articles, and even curated an exhibit at the Bob Bullock Museum in 2016. At the moment, they're trying to apply for grants to put together a traveling exhibit, among other long-term goals.
The state of Texas needs to pass legislation creating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to have a clear airing out of this history for the state of Texas, because we're never going to get to reconciliation until we have a truthful telling of the Texas Ranger Force from 1835 to at least 1980.
Until then,
in her memory, I want to keep it going.
These stories will continue to be told from one generation to the next, so it's remembered always.
So it's remembered always. These are the things that we should not forget. The horrific treatment of our people, all of a sudden, now it's okay. Let's go back to the point.
But the thing is that there are points that need to be, things that need to be done. And a lot of that has to do with land back for Native Americans, sovereignty, and honoring, because they didn't honor the treaties that they had with our people to begin with after the Mexican-American War. They stole a lot of land. I did a video, and I don't know if you've seen it, on the King Ranch and the King Ranch Ford edition. And the King Ranch is the biggest ranch in the United States and one of the biggest ranches in the world. This ranch is made up of primarily stolen land that was stolen from Mexicans after the Mexican-American War.
If you remember the books that I showed you, how important all those lands were. There was so much cattle, minerals, all sorts of things, right? So this is what he's talking about right here. So this right here. This is a Texas King Ranch mystery, it says, right? So it goes, hold on a second. What does it say? It says, in Willacy County, which lies almost at the southern tip of Texas, Luther Blanton, 57, and his son John, 24, were duck hunting one day, fortnight ago. They went only a little distance from their own land, but they crossed the fence to get to a lagoon in the Great King Ranch. They should not have done that. King Ranch compromises 1.2 or 1,250,000 acres, 4/5 the size of Delaware, and belongs to the Clayburghs, who inherited it from grandfather Richard King, who founded it before the Civil War. With their 125,000 head of Ranch Santa Gertrudis cattle, with 500 Mexican vaqueros as retainers, they ran their ranch practically as a state of their own, independent of Texas officialdom. No state highway has been allowed to cross the King Ranch. Further to protect their privacy, the Clayburghs have had many miles of their lands made into a state game preserve. Really? Now, who is this bastard? Let's find out who this bastard is. Not you. This guy here. That guy. The story starts in mid-1830s, right? So this guy was a Confederate, in case you don't know. Now, here, in case you don't know, here, I'm going to show you guys a little Wikipedia stuff, basic stuff. Who are these people? See, Kleber was a German Texan, then part of the Kingdom of Prussia. The eagle that hasted to eat. He was a veteran of the Battle of San Jacinto and brother of Louis Clayburgh. He arrived in Texas 1836 with his wife Philippine Sophie Rosalie Rosa von Roeder. Rosa, who was a child of the one-time aristocratic von Roeder family. You see this, fam? This is who they are. This dude is a Confederate. See? Was a riverboat captain, Confederate. Oh, it just gets better and better and better. Gets better and better and better. That's who these guys are. So again, this story about the King Ranch is a deep story because it actually goes into the basically the confirmation that these lands were taken from our people. Check this out. Give me a second. Let me see if I can read this real quick before they try to block me. Let's see. The topic is Galen Air sues Texas over alleged 1870 seizure of Spanish land grants. See? After the Comanche raids ended in Spanish King's ambition for a thriving city along the Rio Grande, Palafox seemed like a place where very little to offer. Unforgiving stretches of rocky land stretched from thousands of acres with little water for those who venture from their riverbanks. The land was pretty inhospitable. So that's what he's talking about, right? So here it says, those minerals recently led more than 600 heirs of Joaquin Gallant, who received the massive Palafox land grant from the Spanish crown more than 2 centuries ago, to approach the state of Texas with unusual requests. What was it? The Gallant family trust contends that state illegally took possession of the lands in 1870. Only a few years after the governor had endorsed the family claim to the tract, the state still owns about 40 acres. The state still owns about 40 acres of land northwest of Laredo, according to Gallant heirs, who say they are entitled to the mineral revenue the state has been collecting for years, if not decades. The discussion has been cordial, and the state is still considering research into the situation that is rooted in the era where the sovereign flag flying over Texas changed numbers of times, says Maria Garza, a spokeswoman for the Garza family, the Gallant family trust. The family had filed a lawsuit to ensure its interests are protected. What happened? Then it says that, hold on. Trending different ground. Spanish land. Okay, that's another point. Here, but it says here, your land may have been stolen, but it was a long time ago. And proving it with right documents are really difficult, said Lance Brunn, a South Texas oil and gas attorney, who was last year chaired a committee created by legislators to sort through a specific type of claim about Spanish land grant inheritance. Funny, you people that like to keep records, all of a sudden you can't keep those records, huh? How convenient. What does that say? If you have land and you don't own the mineral rights, you can still drill on your land or something you can do about it. They probably could. I don't know. I just find it interesting how it's a 141-year-old mystery. Garza, a McDonald's corporate trainer who lives in Dallas, said that she is an 8th-generation descendant of Joaquin Galan. She said the family, after research into what its ancestors had insisted was rightful claim, began compiling evidence in 1940 but ran out of money. Yeah, I believe it. But again, it's stolen land. Stolen land. For more than a decade, the Bali family of South Texas claimed that in court that a New York lawyer had swindled them out of the rights to South Padre Islands in 1930. A jury sided with the Balis, but the Texas Supreme Court ruled in 2008 against the family, deciding that their suit had run afoul of the state of limitations. Wow, you racist bitch. You guys deserve what's coming to you, man. I don't have no pity for what's going to happen to you with you and your whole, your whole little group of things, whether young or old. It don't matter to me. Don't matter. So now, this is for you, Realm. In case you want to know, I mean, you guys, this is for you Edomites that you're so proud. You think you're conquerors. That it was only white people that did this, and that you know what I'm saying. That sorry, family. Let me log in. Real quick. All right, here we go. You guys can email me if you want. That's my email. I don't care. I don't hide it. But anyways, here we go. So, Mr. White Man, if you think you're so superior, I'm gonna show you exactly how this all occurred to you. Okay? Because it's an unfortunate situation. It's an unfortunate situation that you guys think you really had that kind of clout. Nah, you were just a tool. God just used you as a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. We're going to go into, let's see, we'll go into, by the way, the name of the book, you guys saw the name. My bad. The African Americans, Many Rivers Crossed. So, and by the way, if you guys are new to this channel, in this channel we talk facts, so get your feelings out the way. You know what I mean? I bring out the way things are. I read and I express what I share what I read. And some people don't like it. Well, get in line. So let's go into this right here. Because some of these confused Europeans really think they did it themselves. And that's far from the truth. It says, if not all the first explorers and conquerors of New Spain were European, it is equally important and surprising to many of us, to note that not all the first Africans who assisted the Spanish and Portuguese came as slaves. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors born in Africa or in the Iberian Peninsula, when in 711 AD, right, they went up to Europe, conquered people like Realm, treated them like little bitches and shit, put them in check real quick, because, they're usually weakling like that and afraid. And unless they have guns, then they're brave. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors born in Africa or in the Iberian Peninsula, also accompanied Spanish conquistadors such as Hernán Cortés and Ponce de León, two of the famed explorers of the vast region that would become modern Mexico and the western and southern regions of the U.S. And as we expect, their exploits were just as heroic and just as problematic as those of their fellow conquistadors. But far from African came with the Spanish and Portuguese as slaves, But far more Africans came with the Spanish and Portuguese as slaves, servants with varying degrees of freedom, attendant and armed adventurers. Check this out. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, you see this, white people? You didn't do this alone. So stop thinking like you're so fucking powerful. You're not. You had help by the black man, or black woman, but in this case, the black man, or the African man, the one you hate, the one that you supposedly he's submissive to you and you're superior than him. Now, the only reason you're able to win is because he's the muscle. You're too weak to do it yourselves. The only way that you were able to kind of bring your dirty shit was through the smallpox and Frenchpox. These black conquistadors set an example to subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with the degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. Indeed, whenever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold a pennant. They participated in the exploration of the lands that would become modern-day Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, and Florida, Arizona, and New Mexico and Texas. Men such as Juan Garrido. So now I go back to realm. So then I asked that question. Why is that offensive to you? Because, as far as I know, when people were starting to learn that the so-called white man was oppressive and hardcore and doing all that shit, and everybody went hardcore on him, right? Why is that not applying to them? All of a sudden, you guys want to say it's philanthropy. The white man, he's a destroyer, but you're a conquistador just like him, and you say you're philanthropy. What is the difference between Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? See what I mean? In this channel, we don't slice shit. In this channel, we don't ignore stuff. We slice everything into pieces. We always come back to what we are talking about. And a lot of you always have a misunderstanding of what you're trying to say right now. Listen to this message. What were we doing, realm? What you saying that they came to civilize us? That's what you're saying? We came to the Americas and looked at us now. You see, remember what that just happened. Wobbles say that we were never here. Anglos say that they civilized us. Where are you in that space, family? Remember that. Wobbles say that you were never here. Anglos say that they civilized you. Where are you? Stop the bullshit, man. We need to confront these people. They have nothing. Hey, listen, look, my channel is very available to any one of y'all that have a problem with the shit that I'm saying. And you want to know something? That since I started, nobody wants to hit the link. For some reason, that shit is difficult for them. And I'm not even in the mood to be debating or arguing. So you came with black men? They came with you? Is that the case? Now, Juan Garrido is an actual important thing here because, there is such a thing as Juan Garrido. Let's listen in. Did the sound go off? I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened. Give me a second. Let me figure it out. Let's. There it goes. There it goes. No sound. Okay, sorry, my bad. I don't even know how far there was no sound. Let's see. Where were we at? Where were we at? Hold on a second. Damn, bro, no sound. Shit, for a while, huh? Let me see where I left off. Well, was it no sound? Look, honestly, I don't know where no sound is, man. I think I might have been reading the horrific stories or La Matanza or Robert Kennedy, whatever, all that stuff. You guys saw that, right? But I see what you mean. Okay, so let's go back to this. All right, so let me read this for you. And the reason why I wanted to read this to you is because we got people like Realm over here that claim to know themselves and the white man's superior and all that shit. But let me educate you. Y'all didn't. The white man didn't do it alone. The European, the Anglo-Saxon, or the Anglo-Spaniard didn't do it alone. It is not all the first explorers and conquerors of the new. Why do you think that I make this an emphasis? It's because the white man doesn't give them any credit at all. They claim that they did it all. That they don't want to give them no credit whatsoever. Zero. Even though they were not alone. You see what I'm saying? What does that mean? We don't got to wait for them to tell us what the fuck that means. We dissect the stuff that we can at least try to figure out. Let's continue. We're European. What's going on here? So let me get to the point. It says here, while the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. These black conquistadors set an example of subsequent racial relations. This is why I was showing his stupid ass comment. This one right here. Because he said, what he said? He says, where are you at? Where you have no organ? Oh, here it goes. When we came to the Americas and look at us now. So did you know that that black folks were helping y'all? Because y'all hate black folks too. You racist pricks. Hey, let's read this. He says, we came to the Americas and look at us now. We developed the land we conquered, considering Redskins couldn't get organized. What does that mean? This is a black man right here. This is an African American, so-called African American. Apparently, he thinks he's from here, and he says that about native like us, indigenous people. We came to the Americas and look at us now. We developed the land we conquered, considering Redskins couldn't get organized. So we're savages, just like what the white man said, right? The same concept. How far-fetched am I from telling the truth? We always want to point the finger at like it was always the white man. In this channel, we don't fuck around, nor do we wait. When I see a fly attacking my family, I'm going to kill it. Y'all are my family. And I know that you don't like sometimes the way that I talk, but I am the warrior on the corners, on the perimeters. That's what you guys missed the entire time. I'm the guy in the perimeters. I'm the one doing that. I'm the one making sure that they understand how powerful we are. You get what I'm saying? And then someone's behind me that's going to take care of the rest of the stuff. All of us are part of this whole walk. Don't be afraid. That's the last even concept of spirit that you should be having. You were given the name of the Mashiach. The way that we say the name of our father, Yahoo, sounds just like Nahua. Yahweh. We need to stop doing this bullshit. Stop being afraid of who you are. That doesn't mean that you're better than anybody. Matter of fact, you should be more humble of the fact that you are who those people are. They don't see it like that. I don't want the worst for them. But at this point, like I just want the best for my gente. That's what I'm gonna do. See, you don't know this about your history. So get off your high horse. Mr. Edomite, get off your high horse. You are not superior like that. You got help by them. Big time. They're the muscle. Without them, y'all wouldn't have done shit. Without the smallpox and Frenchpox and them, you guys wouldn't have done shit. Those are facts. These black conquistadors set an example of subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. Indeed. So this is why you need to understand how this should not be offensive to you, because who is getting deported right now? Who are we seeing on TV getting taken with shackles, with, you know what I'm saying, with cuffs to get deported? It ain't them. It's us. Since 1492. That shit hasn't changed. Whenever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pennant. They helped the Edomites participate in the exploration that would become Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, as well as Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Such men as Juan Garrido, for example. See what I'm saying? Hey, true that. That's for sure, bro. They were colonized. White folks were being enslaved, big time. You guys lacked a lot of knowledge, man. I mean, look, I've said it before. It took you until the 1800s in Europe to develop plumbing in Britain. You guys were literally drinking the shit out of that river and pissing in that river. Like, you really were walking on that river, like walking on your own stuff. Like, stop acting like you were some, like, I don't know, some advanced civilization. You were not. And you know, and again, in this channel, man, I teach facts. I'm not trying to offend nobody in specific. All I do is read history, and then I bring it to the effect with the Bible. And based on what I read, a lot of the facts show that, hey, man, it wasn't just the gringos doing this shit. So we need to bring facts to the table. But right now, what I'm doing is using an example of how some of these Edomites, they think they're so powerful and so chosen and so enlightened that they really don't know their own history. They really don't know their own history. So let's learn a little bit. And hopefully they could, you know, tone it down a little bit. Because your end is here. So you should repent. Because the most boastful and proudful you are, the worse the torment's going to be for you. Let's go.
Most of us think that the first Africans to arrive in what is now the United States were slaves. But it turns out that that's not true. The first African to set foot on what would become United States soil was a free black man named Juan Garrido, a conquistador, the Spanish name for a conqueror. Garrido was born around 1480 in West Africa. As a young man, he traveled to Lisbon, Portugal, then to Sevilla, Spain. When he converted to the Roman Catholic Church, he took a new name, Juan Garrido, meaning Handsome John.
He winds up sailing with the Spanish as a free person, as a conquistador, and spends 3 decades in service to the Spanish crown.
In 1513, Garrido participated in Ponce de Leon's famed expedition in Florida in search of the Fountain of Youth. This is the first record of a black person setting foot in what is now the United States.
What does that mean? It means that there was this space people of African descent could occupy that wasn't exclusively being a person of bondage.
Garrido settled in Mexico, where he spent his final years working at a gold mining operation. And while he was a free man, he profited from local slave labor.
And most of them were natives. Again, proving 2 points and 2 facts here. Because we don't walk away, nor are we afraid of truth. And if it burns your spirit, then it's meant to be that way. Because these are facts. That's one of them. I think that's the Estebancico, not Juan Garrido. So you see the native, you see this light-skinned dude, you see this dark-skinned person. Okay, here we go. So now you see this right here, so-called African. You see this Spaniard. You see our natives. Here we go right here. And this is very common. This is true. These are not lies. These are facts. And some of you have to live with it. You on the left side that think you did this by yourself, and you on the right side that think you had nothing to do with it. You did. Now, to educate some of you Edomites that have no clue and think that you were doing so well in Europe, no, unfortunately, no, you weren't. Black conquistadors were a minority, but the Spanish sought to include them in their conquest, which is true. Now, again, keep in mind that it wasn't all technically dark skin, considering West African or South African, right? No. A lot of them were North African or East African or Arabs. But if you don't understand the mixture that was going on in North Africa, then you would assume that they were all like supposedly black looking. No, there was a lot of slavery going on from the north to the south. They were bringing Slavs, women as slaves and leaving them up north in North Africa, sometimes taking them all the way to Central or even to the Middle East. That's why you have a lot of light-skinned people down there, right? Because they would covet the white women. Not the men, but they would covet the white women, right? That's why you have a lot of mixture going on. So don't go and assume that everybody that is African looks like people from, like, say, black people from here. Not at all. So now, check this out. This is an amazing picture because it solidifies what I'm talking about. Look, you see these Arabs, right? This is Granada right here, okay? So they go out and protect Granada, and here comes the Spaniards trying to reclaim Granada once more. These are facts. So, Mr. Gringos, listen. They slaughtered you guys for a while. So get off your high horse. The average black conquistador began his career in his 30s and enslaved prisoners of war. Almost all the black conquistadors became free, with most of before being freed soon after arriving to the New World or shortly after fighting along. Let me show you what that means. Because a lot of times, like, people say, like, you believe that shit. Check this out. Check this video out. Check it out.
¿Por qué nos unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restadle. A ver.
Listen to how he is saying, why don't you save them? And he starts naming the prophets, okay? So this is an example of how they used to pick 12 of us and then choose the Messiah at the end. He's going to say that as well. But there's one point that there's several points that I want to make. How come this motherfucker is dark? You guys think about that shit? He's dark. He's dark. Look at him. Look at him, bro. They ain't fucking gringos and shit. Let's go.
Salváis sus almas. Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restadle. A ver. Los evangelistas. Mateo.
This is what I want you to understand. They tell you who they are. They just don't tell you who they are. Look at that dark motherfucker right there. See that? So when they showed up, they weren't all gringos. They weren't blonde, blue-eyed. Matter of fact, I have a book that actually expresses that the first gringo, there was only, it even says it. I think it's in the Solomon Grazel book. I'm sorry, I have a lot of thoughts in my mind, so forgive me. Solomon Grazel, I think, and in that book he says he was the first white man to step in the Americas. You see what I'm saying? Look at this right here. Look at these dark people. So if we are them, how come? Why are these dark? Why are they dark? They're not dark because they're dirty. I mean, seriously. I mean, are you that dirty, Europeans? Shit. If you're gonna, okay, let's put it this way. If you're gonna use that angle, then I'm gonna fucking step all over you. So you're that dirty? Or you're that dark? You're dark, darkity, dark, 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 dark. I've been telling y'all motherfuckers, man, I'm telling you, you're swarty as hell. The first people that were here, they're swarty like that, fam. That's why after 1609 or 1600, then there was white people created. That video that I showed you guys the other day. That's what she's talking about. That's what she's saying. After 1600, well, there's white people created, because prior to them, from 1492 through 1600, it was these dark motherfuckers. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I know why BHI wants that shit. What was that video that we saw the other day? He said, he goes, hey, listen, it was an old school video from ISUPK. ISUPK. Let me see if I have it. No, it was an old video. And the guy was saying like, oh, I don't, that y'all bitches gonna get destroyed. But it's okay, all y'all niggas, that's what he was saying. All you Negro women gonna get destroyed. But it's all cool because we still have the Hispanics. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second, bro. If we're the same people, why would you say that? I mean, wouldn't you still get rid of the same women? No, he differentiated that shit. He's like, nah, y'all Negro women gonna get destroyed. But don't trip, we still have the Hispanics. What the fuck does that mean? Peggers. What does that mean? You've been here from the get-go. See, that's why in this channel, I don't fucking lie, and I've never lied. Because I have proof. What does this mean? Check this out. What is that, family? What the fuck? They told us that they were all fucking white. They told us that they made us light skinned. They said it themselves. They said, we're white. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys are light skinned because, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, fuck, no. Wake the hell up. Wake up. Do you understand what this means? And check it. Watch this. It even gets further.
Mateo, Marcos, Lucas.
Calling the prophets. Pay attention.
Juan, padre, ¿podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado los nombres. César, Carlos, Manolo, Paco, Federico, Rodrigo, Felipe. A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
You see that there? Right there? Listen to that right there.
Jesucristo.
Listen to that.
A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo? Felipe. A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo? Felipe. A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
So he calls out all the prophets because, prophets are 12. And then he says, who is going to be Jesus? Now, you brothers know, man, I showed you big pictures in this channel. God, I don't have to bullshit that thing. I'm just going to talk about it. I've showed you how they literally said that themselves. They have the right to burn our people and do these things because we are the brothers of the Messiah. And they have the right to punish us. Anybody that doubts me in this channel, listen, bro, I'm going to tell you right now. Whether you're BHI or Christmas Christian, I'm going to tell you right now. You are welcome to debate me any day. In this channel, we don't lie. Just be ready. Every single time. And I have somebody in Facebook saying, well, we're going to be in a neutral channel. Listen, we could have been just cool, bro. Because if I seem offensive throughout the whole conversation, then everybody would realize that I'm wrong and you're right. Why the hell neutral for situations if you have the righteous knowledge? It's not about what you know, it's about the voice that you speak. Facts tell, stories sell. I don't have no narrative. These are facts. So in this case, check that out.
Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre, ¿podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado los nombres. Carlos.
¡Oh, Paco! ¡Federico! A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
See, after they named a bunch of people, which I think that I didn't really never pay attention to that shit, and I should, but I'm sure they probably named like maybe 6, 8, 12. Who they translate to be? Those burnt people. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me let this stuff play because I bet you anything that I'm going to show that real quick. Long Spanish. These are facts. This is what we encountered. You see? This is our people. These are the Spaniards. And here is a black conquistador, so to speak. Here's another light skin. There's Malinche. So now I laugh at you Wabos, man. You Wabos love to use these other pictures from like the 1700s, but yet you completely ignore this picture, which is from the 1500s. See? So before realm, you go out here and assume that you were this superior nation. Not at all. Like, oh, it was just us and we had, and natives enslaved and black people enslaved. No, not at all. Not at all. No. There was black folks that had slaves just like you. Nothing to be proud of, but these are facts. The Journal of History of Negro History. It tells you, among the quaint old 17th century here's why I bring this out. Who are the real Israelites? Who? Right? Are the real Israelites? They use hate, be like, the white man, but they don't realize that they came with him. They all work together. Who brought smallpox to America? When did you guys eat grasshoppers? When have you dealt with corn? When were you doing molcajetes? When were you eating tamarindo? When were you doing like actual like gabanes and shit? When is a history where you had fringes? That's it. That's enough. We don't have to get angry like the actual future class I have. I don't have to be the loudest one. I just have to be the right voice. Statutes of Virginia, we may be found the following significant enactments. No Negro or Indian through baptized and enjoyment of their own. No Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, but yet not be barred from buying any of their own nation. So in this instance, Christian meant white people, the white race. See? So it means that black people, white people were able to buy slaves. Apparently, supposedly, Indian, but which Indian? The white ones? Remember, by this time, they were already considering themselves white skin because it was a benefit, correct? We also see the actual story of one particular person, John Anthony Johnson, who really, opens up and broadens the whole going from indentured servitude to perpetual slavery. This is from Black Masters, a free family of color, Old South. So this is Elliot, okay? One of the richest slavers, black slavers in America back in the day. Page 141. What little evidence we have suggests that Ellison's mastery was neither particularly mild, not particularly harsh. With the major exception of the apparent sale of slave girls, his slaves suffered the usual rigor of bondage. Despite his own history, Ellison did not view his shop and plantation as a halfway house to freedom. He never permitted a single slave of his to duplicate his own experience. No shred of evidence indicates that he felt the tug of racial affinity. No documents hint that he considered his slave members of an extended plantation family. Ellison's ancestry. offered immunity to no slave, and his definition of family stopped far of the quarters. Everything suggests that Ellison, which was a black man, held his slaves to exploit them, to profit from them, just as white slaveholders did. Damn. So again, this goes hand in hand with the whole situation of Mr. What's his name? Realm. And you know what? The reason why I mentioned the legacy of hate. Oh, sorry, my bad. Is this it? Yeah, it is. It's because, hey, look, man, I've shared this before, and a lot of people don't like me because you think I'm hateful. It's like better wisdom. I hate knowing this. I hate the fact that people lie to us. Okay, and this is so profound to me because, again, we're talking about a nation of people that kind of work together hand in hand, man, for some time to take over which town? Whoa. Oh, my head. Hold on. Yep. My headphone is dying. Let me see if it can. Hold on a second. Oh, I know what happened. Give me a second, family. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, so that's what occurred. So I guess they're both dying. Give me a second. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah. So my headset's dead. I'm gonna play by ear. All right. So hopefully you guys can follow. Anyways, so check this out. We have here the Journal through African American Culture and Heritage regarding Texas. Now, remember, we talked about Texas a lot, right? So this is not just an exploitation of a particular nation. I'm talking about the exploitation of nations towards a particular indigenous nation, who are the Hebrews of this book. Now, I've mentioned several examples of certain people that came and took lands that did not belong to them. Now, a lot of us thought that they were just gringos, but it wasn't so. There's no offense. Deal with it. These are true facts. Although free individuals of African heritage received liberties under Mexican law, many fought with the Texans, the term used to describe residents of Texas before annexation, against Mexico during the Texas Revolution. You see this? Many historians believe these free persons of African descent joined the cause to protect their status among the Anglo settlers. So even though we also helped them, they turn against us too. Which is why this is not surprising. Give me a second. The Buffalo Soldiers. Again, I'm bringing out history here. Facts. Facts that pertain to the topic. For example, like this one. When the border crossed us, a lifetime and legacy of hate. Don't assume that it's just one particular type of people, because Psalms 83 is talking about several nations, about 7 of them. Now, what am I talking about regarding Buffalo Soldiers? The Buffalo Soldier reenactors engaged in a firing exhibit of a group of school. See that? They're doing this, right? In front of who? In front of our people. Now, why am I bothered by it? Okay, I'll show you why. Because just like the Anglos that come here to this channel and claim and assume things like as if they know. Give me a second. Did I download it? Thought I downloaded it. Let me get it. Let me get it real quick, fam. Yep. Give me a second, all right? Give me a second. All right, check this out. This is my point. And again, I'm fair and square with everybody, bro. What's going on? Save the damn video, bro. How come it's not saving it? Give me a second, family. I don't know why it's not saving it. Yo, check it. I'm gonna end it like this, fam, because I could show you this video later, and I kind of let it run for a while. But I want to show you something else that I think that matters in shit. I think this matters to show us the spirit of who we are, more than anything. Because I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, as we're getting deported, right? Right? Just think about that for a moment. We're getting deported, fam. You know, we're getting told that get the fuck out of here. You know, like we don't need you around. You are an illegal. So now I'm going to show you something that I found that I thought was very interesting. Watch this real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on. Give me a second. Watch this real quick. Where is this video? You know what? I'm gonna look for it. Hold on, give me a second, fam. Like, just stick around for a moment. I mean, we're right here, right now, so I might as well do it. You know what I'm saying? So hold on. Get this right here real quick. I was pretty impressed, man. I thought this was very nice. Hold on a second, man. Watch this. Hold on a second. See if I can fuck. Oh, there it goes right here. There it goes right here. He goes right here. There it goes right here. So while there's people that fucking hate on our gente, you know what I'm saying? There is also some compassion within our people. And we're okay with that. And maybe you guys don't understand that shit. Because that's that Edomite spirit. That's that Canaanite spirit. Selfish. You don't think of other people. Listen to this real quick. Let me see if I can get the, there it goes, right here.
Gracias por el colectivo de Gaza México, gracias por el gobierno de salvar 18 personas. Gracias por todo.
So anyways, man, I hope you guys have a good night. I appreciate you guys being here, supporting. And I hope that you teach your children the stuff that I share with you, that you don't just keep it to yourself. At the end of the day, that's what it's not about us. It's about them. Don't be lonely, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, talk to your kids. Talk to your brothers and sisters. Talk to your wife. Tell her what's going on. Share your shit. Share the expression. Let them know how you feel. And let them know who you are.
Estamos aquí. Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. desde hace rato. Cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra. Yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie. Yo cuido a los míos. Mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. nada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hablé de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte endondeando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México, cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Agua, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023. Hey yo, hey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, ey, los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dunde que en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí.
y cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.